Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to call the meeting to order at this time. We have all of our trustees present. The first item is going to be 1B, the adoption of the agenda. Do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to amend, I think it's item 4B for EL, the EL curriculum. I would like to postpone that till the May 8th meeting until we digest what we received from the EL listening surveys that we had this past month.
Okay, does that need a second? We also are going to have to change that motion. I know. We're also going to have to change that motion because it's been brought to our attention that it's that motion that's pending states 11 acceleration schools, and I think we only have 7 now. So that's going to have to change. They're actually, Mr. Calhoun suggesting that we take that motion off and then revisit it with different wording. Is there any? Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, can you explain the, how many acceleration schools?
We need to remove the motion altogether. We do not have 11 acceleration schools anymore. So if you're going to bring back another motion, you just need to.
The question Mr. Kennedy was asking is, how many acceleration schools do we have now?
Well, we should have 11.
Oh, so that motion is correct.
We do have 11 acceleration schools, but we refer to.
The ones that were removed that were removed off the acceleration school list.
So we have 4 schools that have graduated and they're no longer designated from the state perspective. So we have had no conversation or deliberation regarding their status as an acceleration school in-house in the district. So I don't know if that's something that you guys.
Well,
So then we can just at this point move that, just for the timeliness of it, let's just go ahead and the motion on the floor is to move item 4B to the May 8th Cal meeting. And at that time, we can also discuss the status of those acceleration schools. That I guess will be 2 items for business. If you're prepared, if the district is prepared to discuss it.
I have a question.
Here today to discuss.
No, on at
May
the
8th.
May 8th.
I have a question about that. I would like to not add that second part and just move the EL piece because unless it's led by the district, I'm not sure the board needs to.
That's what I was asking her. Yes, ma'am. Okay. So the motion on the floor is to postpone item 4B to the May 8th Cal meeting. Need a second? I second it. Okay, then we are moving to adopt the agenda.
I have another motion on there. I want to make a motion to remove item 6C. Given the information that we have for the from the bylaws committee, the health advisory committee bylaws.
The adoption of the agenda. Oh, you're still waiting for the tabulation. Okay, motion carries. And Mr. Calhoun?
Yes, I move to remove item 6C.
I'll second.
6C, health of,
It's the Health Advisory Committee bylaws.
C.
So the Health Advisory Committee Chair was offered, I believe it was 3 weeks to offer feedback. And as is required by the bylaws of the HAC, that is, are written and approved by the board. And the chair was offered, I think, 3 weeks, 2.5, something like that, to offer feedback, offered feedback after I had put in this item. I did ask to include her feedback in the proposed option, and that was administratively expelled from this. So there's no need to remove this. This is all grammatical and correcting an error in their bylaws that references an old committee that doesn't exist anymore, an old board committee that doesn't exist anymore. There's no reason to remove these, or frankly, even it's not very, this should not be a contentious item, I don't think.
So I'll just speak for myself in seconding the motion. Seeing this come up, we haven't discussed it at all. There's also now, the chair is going to be choosing to put an ad hoc committee together. And so this feels like another one of those things that sort of came out of nowhere. And because I didn't personally see, I think Ms. Roberson did see somewhere the red line for it. I saw that the note said that it's grammatical corrections, but I want to be very sure of what I'm correcting. And again, didn't have any idea that the board was reviewing the Health Advisory Committee bylaws at all. And so that's my discomfort with it.
Also, the Health Advisory Committee met this Thursday, and they sent us a memo saying that they would prefer that we not change our bylaws currently. They have decided they'd like time to review the bylaws and think about whether or not there are more proactive changes they'd like to make.
Okay, so I'm going to step in. This is why I was asking the board member to, let's wait and just approve the agenda and actually get down to the item, and then we can discuss all of this. Because at the last Cal meeting, 35 minutes went by just arguing about approving the agenda because the disagreement about items being on the agenda. And I'd like for everyone here, that's the people that have been here since 7 a.m., all of us, the audience, the public, I think it's in the public's best interest and everyone else's interest if we can begin to stop being contentious. And so, like, can we move this forward? Okay, so the motion on the floor right now is to remove the item or to keep it on the agenda so that we can move forward with approving the agenda.
Madam Chair, I don't think that you can shut down discussion without a vote. And so if Ms. Roberson, if Dr. Temple wanted to finish her statement and Ms. Roberson wanted to make one, they're well within their rights.
No, I was just going to say what you said.
Okay, noted. I just wanted to point that out.
Finish.
Oh, well, I mean, I thought I finished, so.
Yeah, I thought you were
so
done
I'm in
also.
favor of us removing this item from the agenda.
Ms. Robertson,
No, I was just going to say she needs to finish.
I thought she was
Uh-huh.
finished. That's why I
Okay.
spoke up. Anybody else? Please see if your vote is accurately portrayed. So to keep the agenda as is, 5 to move it forward. Is that right? No, that's not right. So the motion carries to remove it. Telling you this, I need those blue light glasses. Okay. Motion to adopt the agenda.
I move to adopt the agenda as amended.
I'll second it. Okay, motion carries unanimously. So before I go into the next item on the agenda, public comments, I just want to state, let's keep with the same form that we did the last meeting that seemed to make everyone happy. Nobody felt stepped on and everyone got their opportunity. So we'll start with the first chair and then move around. And then if we have a second pass, then we'll start at the other side and move around. And I'd ask also for the timekeeper to ensure that everybody gets their 2 minutes. If you have that, okay. So with the forum set up, I'm going to move on to item number 2, public comments, and ask for the vice chair to conduct those.
Good afternoon, everyone. As I call your name forward, can you please stand and come to the podium? Can we have Mr. Gary McAuliffe, Reverend Nelson Rivers III, Tara Woods, and Jermaine Powell? And also I would like to say, please stick to your time. You have 2 minutes. Please, let's adhere to the code of conduct for public comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary McAuliffe. I attended the board meetings of March 27th and April 4th. At the first meeting, allegations were made about trustee Ed Kelly. And in the second meeting, the board voted to remove him from a subcommittees and censure him. The Post and Courier ran 5 articles about Ed Kelly between March 16th and April 4th. After studying the articles, I noted that each article had the same picture of Ed Kelly and one other trustee. It was particularly interesting because Ed Kelly did not attend the April 4th meeting. I looked at the articles in aggregate and concluded that the Post and Courier was on a mission to promote action against Ed Kelly and the positions he advocated. This is my opinion, and I have made my views known to the Post and Courier. With regard to the Board of Trustees actions, there seemed to be an urgency to act against Ed Kelly. The reporting of the Post and Courier could have been one reason. The extent of public comments at recent meetings could have been another reason. At the special call board meeting of April 4th, both trustee Ed Kelly and trustee Leah Watley were not in attendance. Their absence from the board meeting was known in advance. However, the board still proceeded to not only deliberate, but also to take action. In taking the actions noted, one trustee referred to CCSD policy BCC. That policy outlines process steps to be taken if a trustee is accused of a violation of policy. In my view, the board members present bypassed those first 2 process steps by acting as they did. You have heard my comments about the board and the 5 articles. I think the actions taken against Ed Kelly were improper. I urge you to not be swayed by the loudest voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McAuliffe.
Good afternoon. I am the Reverend Nelson B. Rivers III, the proud pastor of the Charity Missionary Baptist Church, Vice President of Religious Affairs for the National Action Network. And I rise to challenge this board's process for the seeking and selection of the next superintendent. It is clear to me, my mama told me, that I was born at night, but I know it was not last night. And I know one of the things that's clear to me, when you have a process that amounts to about 30 days, that somebody must have concluded or conspired or colluded to have an outcome that you desire, because there's no way you can have a fair and appropriate search for a new superintendent, especially in light of the fact you got a good one right now, unless you've decided among yourself outside of this meeting. I also find it striking that when I first got this agenda, although I signed up to speak, that there were going to be no public comments. And I think cooler heads prevailed, and the next thing you know, you allowed public comments at the committee of the whole. The last time I spoke to the committee of the whole, you called the security on me at least 3 times. You might as well get ready to call them again, because it may take more than 2 minutes. I challenge you because I have been suing and coming to this board since 1980. I know every board member that served since 1980. I find it ironic that you talk about contention, you talk about squabbles, when the truth is you have mastered this. This is what you are known for all over South Carolina, that the Charleston County School District is fighting. They're always upset, and they seem hell-bent on going against the majority of the children of the district, especially when it comes to this EL situation that's coming up again. The people came, they came over and over again. They were convinced that you heard them. They were convinced you respected them. They'll be shocked to find out what I knew when you did it, that you don't respect them. You will not be swayed by what they say, because you're put here by folk to do exactly what you're trying to do. I just want you to know that some of us will not allow you to do it quietly, will not allow you to do it easily, and we will not allow you to do it, period, because I am a product of this school district. I know what you did to me in 1956. I know what you did to my children in 1968. I know what you did to our children in 1980. Septima Clark was the woman up the street. You can walk up there and see the American Tobacco Factory, the cigar factory, as we used to call it. They had a strike.
Thank
And
you,
they came up with the
Reverend
song, "We Shall
Nelson.
Overcome,"
We
and we shall
appreciate
overcome went all over
you.
the
We
world.
thank you
I
for
want you to
your
know, no matter how
comments,
loud you talk,
but
I'm a
we
preacher, I
need
can
to
talk
move
louder,
on, sir.
that we
And
will
I thank
overcome.
you.
Do not process this the way you're doing it,
I'd like
because
to
you're
call
sending a
the
message
meeting
that
back
the
into
voice
order.
of the
Sir,
people
please
means
come back
nothing
into
to you.
order.
The voice of the people will mean something to you, and I represent the voice of the people. I want you to know that no matter how many times you meet, I will be here.
Sir, please come to order. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Jermaine Powell. I'm a resident here in Charleston, South Carolina. This is my first meeting here, attending the Charleston District meeting, and my goal is just to kind of just see and process everything. You know, like I said, this is my first meeting. I have some kids. I have a kid. You know, and I'm trying to just be able to be a help in the community and with the school. You know, because my daughter was just attending Sanders Clyde Elementary, but now I'm going to I think it's high school now. So I want to be able to help, and since it's the first meeting, I just want to see what I can soak up. You know, can learn, I can give back, take back to the community. You know, school, help out in the school. Just see where I can help at. You know, and that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powell.
Hello, my name is Tara Wood, and I'm the chapter chair of Moms for Liberty, Charleston County. We have a code of conduct that our members have to agree to in order to join our chapter. If anyone says anything threatening in any way at one of our meetings, I will shut it down and stop that meeting immediately. No one said anything threatening, including Ed Kelly, at our meeting last month. We are moms, dads, grandparents, and concerned citizens who came together to fight for our fundamental rights as parents to decide what's best for our children in education, medical care, and moral upbringing. My personal journey began 6 years ago when my 8-year-old daughter came home from school one day and she said, "Mommy, how do I know I'm a girl?" I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "How do I know I'm not supposed to be a boy?" And I was so concerned, but at that time, I just didn't think she got that idea from her school because I wasn't aware of the woke movement that had taken over our schools K through 12. So why would any adults want to normalize transgenderism and even worse, encourage children to believe they should change their sex to solve all of their problems? Dr. Paul McHugh, a former psychiatrist in chief for Johns Hopkins Hospital and its current distinguished service professor of psychiatry, said, transgenderism is a mental disorder that merits treatment, that sex change is a biologically impossible, and that people who promote sexual reassignment surgery are collaborating with and promoting a mental disorder. While the Biden administration, Hollywood, major media, and our schools promote transgenderism as normal, quote, policymakers and media are doing no favors either to the public or to the transgendered by treating their confusions as a right in need of defending rather than as a mental disorder that deserves understanding, treatment, and prevention. We need more elected officials like Ed Kelly, who's going to speak truth and fight for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And now on to online comments. I'm going to do a condensed version. We've had 7 teacher compensation comments, 2 comments concerning policy GBEB. We've had 6 comments concerning board member conduct, 2 policy BC prayer comments, 2 on EL curriculum, 1 on LICE policy, and 1 on board meeting schedule, for a total of 21 comments. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That concludes the public comment section. So now we'll move on to section 3, item A, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Kennedy for his report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Watley. So for the superintendent's report today, we're going to do a budget workshop for the fiscal year 24 budget. Ms. Jackie Carlin will do that. As she gets ready for that, she has a PowerPoint. This is for information this afternoon. Tuesday of next week, the finance team will engage with the Audit and Finance Committee on strategies around the FY24 budget. But the purpose here is to provide information to the board. The first reading of the budget, the first time you all will vote on the budget for fiscal year 24 will be at the May board meeting. And then again for the second reading at the June meeting. So with that, Ms. Carlin.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Kennedy. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, those present today and those viewing online. Next slide, please. Mr. Kennedy kind of stole my thunder and talked about our upcoming budget workshops, but that's okay. Today is our second budget workshop, and we will be presenting the preliminary considerations for the FY24 General Operating Fund budget. On May 22nd, the May 22nd board meeting, we will be presenting the first reading of the budget. And then we will be having a public hearing at our board meeting on June 26th to present the second reading of the budget. And that's when the board will adopt the FY24 budget. Next slide, please. So district priorities. The following priorities are included in the preliminary considerations that we are presenting today. Increasing teacher pay, supporting requests from the school data review sessions, and the alignment of the student data clerk's responsibilities. Next slide, please. So it has been evident from our South Carolina legislators, as well as our South Carolina educational organizations and our Charleston County School District Teacher Compensation Task Force, that teacher pay must be a priority in this year's budget. It has to be a priority because we need to be able to retain our current teacher workforce. We need to be able to recruit new teachers to the workforce. And for us personally, we want to recruit teachers to Charleston County schools. So this chart is a snapshot of the history of our teacher salary increases. I won't go through it line by line, but I do want to point out in fiscal year 2019, which is the second line down, the district and the board made a commitment to do a 3-year implementation plan to bring the starting teacher salary to $40,000 within 3 years. And we successfully did that. And then in 2022, we did a step plus $1,000. Same in 2023, we did a step plus $2,000. And then for 24, which you're about to see on our preliminary considerations, one of the proposals is to do a step plus $48,000 starting teacher salary. Once again, our teacher salary schedule exceeds the state's minimum salary schedule. But if you look over to the right, it shows you the percentage that we've been, an average percentage that we've been able to give our teachers since 2018. And so this year, we're looking at a 7.4 increase, which is an average increase when you look at all of the different salary, not only salary tables, but the different steps within each table. Next slide, please. So school data reviews. We had several school data review sessions by feeder pattern that were held in March, and we have our last set that will be held in May. And one of the interesting things that came out of these data review sessions was the systemic requests that were made time and time again by different principals. And the items below that are actually in bold are included in the FY24 general operating budget preliminary considerations that we're going over today. For example, the teacher planning time, math coach interventionists, moving all of those to general operating fund. Literacy coach interventionists, moving those to general fund. Parent educator and advocates, moving all of those into general operating fund. The guidance counselor increase of days to align with the American School Counselor Association, that was a recommendation. And then hiring 11 assistant principals for 11 elementary schools that currently don't have an assistant principal. And then also aligning the data clerk position to reflect the 21st century technology complexities that they are facing. And then lastly, to sustain Title I positions due to funding loss. Next slide, please. So we also are going to be looking at student data clerks. You know, years ago, this position was mostly focused on attendance. But as the State Department has changed and their requirements have changed, when you look at how data is collected and monitored and reported, so has this position in our district. And what we've done is we've aligned their new roles into their current job description to include registration and enrollment, reporting chronic absenteeism and truancy, verifying the accuracy of the state quarterly reports for 45-day, 90-day, 135-day, and 180-day, preparing student schedules and checking for completeness and clearing any overlapping enrollment issues. And then checking for out-of-sync grades and troubleshooting report card discrepancies. And another thing that we're looking at or that we're recommending for this position is to go from a 222-day position to a 240-day position to support the school throughout the entire school year, or excuse me, throughout the entire fiscal year.
Ms. Jackie, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
I think probably, hopefully pretty easy. On the slide before this one, you said the sustained Title I position due to funding loss.
Mm-hmm.
What caused the funding loss?
Well, and I might need some help with this from the academic side, but whenever a school meets the South Carolina state standards, they usually come off of the Title I list, so to speak, and then they lose their Title I funding.
Okay, so it's a good thing then,
accurate,
from that
Michelle?
perspective.
Actually, it's regarding their status in terms of poverty index. So we have
Thank
some
you.
schools with changing demographics and we fall out of Title I status there.
Understood. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarity.
Thanks, Michelle.
I'm sorry, are we going to ask questions as you go along or at the end?
If you let me get through each slide, we could, and if you have a question about that slide, we could handle it that way.
Okay, are you finished with the data clerk slide?
I think so. Did you have a point? Is it on?
I don't think so, so I can get my teacher voice on. Also, in schools with off the priority list, to which Mr. Calhoun referenced earlier, some of our accelerated schools, they also lose some funding from the state per pupil, and so sometimes that impacts the amount of revenue they generate. So that's generated on their behalf. Thank you.
Did you have a question, ma'am?
About the data clerks?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so is this a part of your putting a standard operating procedure plan in place? Because some schools, their data clerks already do all of this that you just listed.
Well, right now, the way that it stands, the job description doesn't entail that. And so we need to update the job description, which it and then matching the pay with that and making sure they're being paid adequately for all of this new work that they're doing.
Okay.
Could
you do?
I'm sorry.
No, because some already do all of this.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Could you all, either you or Bill, talk a little bit about the turnover in this position? Although, so I agree that they're all doing this and they are not adequately compensated.
Correct.
And so the turnover is tremendous. Bill?
Well, as far as the turnover, what I'm aware of is at the beginning of the school year, we had approximately 24 brand new data clerks. And that is a huge training turnover for our Student Information Services Department. And we also had 3 vacancies when the school started. I'm not sure where we are right now, but I've heard not only in these student data review sessions, but in other conversations with Kathy Milne and Buffy Roberts, is that this is a critical position that needs to not only be supported, but needs to be trained thoroughly, so that when it comes to funding and reporting school data, that all of that information is accurately reflected in our systems. Okay. Next slide. Oh, no, projected state revenues. So this is our comparison of the House version from last year versus this year. The most updated revenue information we've received is the House version, which we received on March 17th. And so looking at the way that they've broken down the state aid to classroom funding, sometimes you'll hear it referred to state aid to classroom funding, and other times you'll hear it referred to education funding. So it's all the same thing, if that gets confusing. But looking at from last year's version to this year's version for the education funding of what they call general fund, we're looking at a $9.2 million increase. However, what we need to take into consideration with that increase is we have 2 funds that have sunsetted, meaning that the state no longer provides funding for that, but we have expenditures associated with that work that we need to make sure we capture with this funding. And so you'll see to the left where we've got 2 line items to subtract out Fund 338 and 397, which is our at-risk student fund, as well as the aid to district fund. You'll see that we've deducted out $965,000 to cover expenditures for those 2 funds. And then we also have to deduct out the charter school portion. They get a portion of this revenue. And so we want to just make sure that we're reporting this accurately, that of that line item 3103, even though the state is indicating that we got a $9.2 million increase, our increase is actually $6.7 million. And then the same with the second line, the education funding for EIA. This year, the state has rolled up 3 funds into general fund that used to be special revenue funding. So that's a little tricky for us, because even though it's included in our general operating fund bucket of money, we've got to make sure that we take that money or put that money aside to cover expenditures that are tied to it. So even though the EIA line item, it appears that we're getting a $4.6 million increase from last year to this year, when we take in consideration those 3 funds that we have to cover, the actual increase for the EIA portion is $576,000. And then the next item is the health insurance.
Ms. Carlin, but going back to the EIA, so the EIA numbers, that's already come out of committee, that's already been approved. We're just waiting on a vote, unlike all these other numbers. We don't know what they're going to be because we still don't know what the Senate version is. We don't know what the compromise is. But on the EIA numbers, that's solid, rock solid.
I'm pretty sure that is
without the
solid.
exception
Yes,
of the
sir.
governor.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good point. And then the last item is the health insurance piece, which is, it's going to be an increase of $2.3 million for us. And that health insurance is health insurance. There's nothing else tied to that other than employee insurance. And so another item that I wanted to point out is when you look at the 3rd column over, can you back up to this projected state revenue? Thank you. When you look at the 3rd column over, the total projected state revenue increase, it is $16 million. But for us, and taking in consideration what I just explained, for us, it's actually an additional $9.5 million. So I just wanted to point that out. That's come up a few times in some of our board meetings. Another thing I wanted to point out is all of our preliminary considerations for our teacher salary increases. You'll see that they're above and beyond the $16 million mark. And most of that is attributed to the fact that we pay higher than the minimum state. We pay our average, our salary schedule is higher than the state minimum salary schedule. All right, next slide. So I printed for you on legal paper all of the different budget scenarios that we're going to go through. I know when you're looking at it on the screen, it's a little bit it's a little bit difficult to see. And so the first scenario we're going to go through is scenario 11. And this includes not doing a millage increase and having a teacher starting salary of $48,000. And so the first couple lines, we take in consideration what we budgeted for FY23 for revenues and expenditures, but then we also take in consideration what we know we're not going to spend. And that's how we start out with our base for our expenditures. You know, we already know what our revenues are based upon these different scenarios, but our expenditures, even though we budgeted $659.5 million for FY23, if you recall, in our monthly financial updates, we're not spending that much money. It's coming in a lot less than that. So we wanted to come up, or excuse me, we did come up with a realistic expenditure for FY24, which is around $651.9 million. And so when you look at the difference between the revenues and expenditures and the funds that you have available to actually allocate, for scenario 11, it's about 17.6 million. And that takes into consideration all of our local revenues and our local our local revenues that in this scenario, we're not doing a millage increase. And it also takes in consideration the state revenues that we just went over. And so when we look at the expenditure request, the required increases, these are what we call must do's. It includes a teacher step. And remember, we recently expanded the step out to 40 years at about $5 million. And that number is going to go across all the other different scenarios. And then for the teacher salary increase, to do this particular, to do a teacher starting salary of $48,000, for this particular scenario, it's about $19.3 million. And that number will change as we go through these other scenarios. The retirement increase is approximately 3.1 million. The health and dental increase for the year is going to be approximately 1.3 million. And then we have this mandated paid parental leave, which is H.3908 that I'm sure you've been hearing about, that would give all of our teachers and staff here at the school district 6 weeks of paid leave to deal with FMLA issues with having a baby, adoption, things of those nature. And then, of course, our charter school and Meeting Street increases, we're projecting about $6 million. And then our operational contract obligations and must-dos are coming out to be about $10.7 million. So right off the bat, our total required increases that we know we have to do are going to be about $46.9 million. And then we talked earlier about the school data review recommendations. These were prioritized with level leaders, and these are the ones that our team is recommending moving forward with, which is the teacher planning PD time at about 1.9 million, doing half of the elementary school interventionists this year and the other half next year, which would be about 1.9 million. And then the 11 assistant principals that we spoke about at the 11 elementary schools that currently don't have assistant principals is about 1.4 million. And then sustaining Title I positions due to funding loss, 313,000. And then the data clerk job change and increase in pay is about 1.3 million. So from the total, or from the school data review recommendations, we're looking at about $6.8 million.
Yeah, I want to wait till the end
Sure.
to ask my questions, but can you go back to the?
Yes, I can. So when we initially looked at this, the cost to do it was going to be around $4 million. And so we knew that we were with the focus on teacher pay increases and then trying to do these other requests from the school data review sessions, we couldn't cover the whole $4 million in 1 year. So our recommendation was to do, instead of doing every single school, was to do half of the elementary now and then half of the elementary next year.
And how will we choose which elementary schools do we pull out?
I'm not able to answer that. I would have to defer to the academic side.
I said, how will we decide what elementary schools to prioritize? Yeah, which half will we prioritize with that?
So I haven't had an opportunity to digest that yet, so I couldn't say right on the end.
Well, So, so I don't have an answer about which schools, but I do have this answer. So I think the, initially, the request for math coaches intervention was exceeded 40 positions. And we know historically, there's a huge challenge, almost impossibility to hire that many math coaches at one time in 1 year. And so this is really reflecting reality. And then the academic team would prioritize how, which schools would get the supports that they need. And I would also imagine that there would be sharing of math coaches.
We've had occasions in the past where we have split personnel between schools. And so we just haven't had the opportunity yet to digest that. Anita, Ms. Huggins or I, and so we would have to establish some protocols and some baseline information to use based on who already which schools already are outfitted with coaches, which ones are in more need, which data points suggest the need is more dire for ability.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? So there are some schools, I was meeting with a principal last week who said they were putting in for a math interventionist with their title funds. So are these positions in addition to what might already be covered by title funds, or would that principal be looking to get something out of this pot as well?
Once we start paying for these interventionist positions out of general fund, Title I will no longer carry those positions. It's called supplanting.
Okay.
And so that was something else that we looked at as well.
So basically that principal just wasn't aware that you were going to be supplanting that funding, and they'll be in this pot wondering if they'll be on the list or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But ideally, thank you.
I appreciate the question, Mr. Calhoun, because ideally we'd be able to fund math coaches for all schools. We know literacy is a big focus with our goals and guardrails, but also math is too, and preparedness for kids for that gateway course for Algebra 1. So ideally, I think what Mrs. Carlin's done here is tried to present some scenarios where we might be able to balance the budget. But if we're being honest, ideally, we would be able to fund coaches for all schools. And what Ms. Waters says is we would get cited if we paid for something out of GOF for some schools and not for our title schools. So it would take that money, Mrs. Waters, as Mrs. Carlin suggested, shift it to GOF so that Title I schools could use their money for some other things.
Thank you for the question.
I have one question on that slide. The reference to the hiring of the assistant principals, is that a need or a dream?
Mrs. McKinney, if I may, Mr. Kennedy. Ms. McKinney, that's a need.
Okay.
Regardless of the size of the school, whether it's 300 students, 600 students, or 900 students, the needs are the same, just at a different extent. When principals in some of our smaller, more rural schools, for example, are out of their buildings, there's not necessarily a certified administrator always left in that building in the event of a tragedy, a need, a parental concern that is time sensitive, an emergency. So we really took those student data reviews seriously and listened consistently to what principals said. And this was a common theme and a common pattern. And as a recovering principal myself, I have to suggest that the needs are the same regardless of the setting, just at a different level.
All right, and so the next line where it says net positions gained due to enrollment changes, this is what we're projecting based upon the projected enrollment that we're looking at by school. This is what we're projecting we will need as far as additional teachers. And then the next section where it talks about other considerations, the $5 million for the 2.5% cost of living adjustment for non-teacher positions. And then we're also looking at a $1.2 million increase in our insurance premiums based upon what our risk management office has been telling us. And then we're looking at a $600,000.
So how does this affect the with states increase on this COLA? They're state employees, and if the state's saying $2,000 to $2,500 increase, and you've got a COLA at 2.5.
Well, the $2,500 increase I'm aware of that for teachers. I'm not
that-
aware of
so
that for other.
I stand corrected.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you. And so when we look at all the, the other considerations, we're looking at adding about $6.8 million to our budget. And those numbers also go out to the right side as well. And so looking at our total expenditure request for FY '24, that has come out to be $64.5 million. And because the scenario does not include a budget increase or a millage increase, the projected additional funds that we could apply to this is 17.6. So we have about a $46.9 million budget shortfall, or as it's called here, remaining need to be balanced. And so we looked at several strategies to try to balance the budget. We looked at a mid-year spending freeze, which we've already done, about $2.7 million. We did that last week. And that was for non-salary accounts, mostly contracted services and supplies. We're also looking at elimination of departmental positions. We're looking at a $10 million budget reduction across all funds, all accounts, all schools, including central office. Did this just go out? Okay. And then we're also looking at a potential local revenue increase of about $3.5 million on local. And I'm gonna do my best to explain this. Right now, we're using old assessments to calculate the local tax revenue. And so when we get some more updated assessments in the fall, we usually see a $3 to $4 million increase between what we're projecting for local revenue now and what actually happens. So we want to go ahead and factor that into one of the strategies to balance. And then another strategy that we're recommending is use of fund balance from FY '23 savings of about $5 million. So the total strategies to balance are $25.3 million. And we applied that against the remaining needed to balance for this particular scenario. And unfortunately, we're still short by about $21.7 million. That's without a millage increase. And so the next scenario, scenario 8, if we do a $6.1 million increase and with a teacher starting salary of $48,000, I won't go through all the other expenditure requests because they're the same across the board except for the salary increase piece. But as you can see, to balance that budget, we would need an additional $27.7 million. I'm looking at the remaining needed to balance line item. And then when we take in consideration our strategies to balance the budget, we are short by about $2.4 million. And that's using a 6.1 millage increase. So going over to scenario 4, to do a 9.1 millage increase, that would bring in additional revenues as well.
So, Jack, could you cite what the value of a single meal is, please?
Yes. Right now, based upon budgeted numbers, the value of a meal is about $3 million. So when we look at doing a millage increase of 6.1, roughly, we're saying an $18 million increase just in local taxes. And then if we wanted to do a $9.1 million, 9.1 mil increase, that would be about give or take $27 million.
And I'm looking at the state and a couple of these reports, they're still saying that the Senate and the House are considering a $2,500 raise for all state employees, not just teachers, all state employees. So the COLA, again, I ask you back again on the COLA, doesn't make sense.
Lisa behind me, Lisa Sizzler, Executive Director of Finance. She just reminded me, we are not considered state employees.
County. So please.
We are a political subdivision of the state of South Carolina. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Ms. Carlin, I keep missing it.
It's
You said
okay.
there's a change in the teacher salary increase line, but I see it as 19.
That's because that's a good
across.
point. I apologize. Scenario 11, 8, and 4 include the same starting teacher salary at $48,000 per year.
Okay, so where will we see, because what I'm trying to get at is what will the ultimate, oh, it's on the, okay, you gave us another one. Okay.
And so,
She's gonna get that.
Oh, she will. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting
no,
it.
no, you're fine. You're fine. I really tried to get this on one page, but it was so small and even my readers couldn't read it. And so looking at scenario 8, no, I'm sorry, scenario 4, doing a 9.1 mil increase and taking in consideration our strategies to balance, we were able to come to a $7 million surplus at this particular scenario. So I will go ahead and go on to scenario 9, because this is what a lot of attention had been focused on after the teacher workforce presentation, or the teacher's compensation salary study. I know I did not call them the right thing. I'm sorry, but after they had given us a presentation, because they had recommended a $58,000 starting salary. And so if you look under the required increases at the teacher salary increase, the second line down, that number to actually do that is about $98.2 million. And that was just a big struggle for us to try to make that happen within all of our revenue projections, trying to cut back on expenditures. And as you can tell, even though we applied the strategies to balance to this, we were still short by about $100.6 million. We just could not make this happen. So then we looked at, a starting salary of $50,000, which is where we are on scenario 10. Even without a millage increase and taking in consideration, what we could do and the strategies to balance, we were short about $47 million.
Quick question. Did we do the test with the 50,000 with the millage increase?
So while Jack is looking that up, if you notice on the scenario numbers, I think we're up to like 11. So we've actually run multiple scenarios. So we elected to only show 5. And that's why I asked Jackie to let you all know what the value of a single meal is. So if you wanted to, so it's two numbers that would be helpful for you. The value of a single meal, which is $3 million. So again, if it's a 9 meal, so if I may. So the state statutes allow for every school district to increase millage each year up to a maximum amount. That's Act 388. And so we have a maximum amount, and the state tells every single school district every year what that is. For Charleston School District, we have a slight amount of unused millage from prior years. So when you add that onto what the state will allow this year, the allowable millage for Charleston is 14.5 mils. So 14.5, right? And so in trying to just understand some high level numbers in terms of teacher salaries, keep in mind that number, the number that the $3 million number, that's the value of a single meal. And the last number, just for general purposes, for every $1,000 of teacher salary increase, it costs the district $4.7 million. And so we have multiple scenarios covering all of those. And so we can, just whenever we need to, we'll might explore some more of those with the Audit and Finance Committee next week.
Pertaining to the millage, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So, but that tax is levied on commercial property, heavy industrial equipment, second homes, things like that.
That's correct. And Jack has in the presentation in a few minutes shows what the impact is to the taxpayer,
okay,
on individual taxpayer. But if you own your home and you live in it, you pay no taxes for general operating.
Okay, and I just wanted to make sure, because my second question was that, can we see the impact to all of the commercial car, et cetera. et
Yes,
cetera.
I actually have that included in here.
Okay.
So we'll go through that.
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
In the scenarios that you ran, what about, trying to think of how I want to word this. I think a lot of, I'm not really sure exactly what direction to go in first, but there's a lot of talk in the community about the district being top heavy, and I think that's true for a lot of districts. And in any of those scenarios, how much did you look at maybe cutting into that portion and getting the taxpayer monies into the classrooms and into the teachers versus the top heaviness of the district?
So if you look at the strategies to balance, there was a $10 million budget reduction that we thought we could realistically do. I don't want to say that any of those included positions, but just things that we've been seeing that we are budgeting for and not using it. So we do know that we need to go back and take a closer look at all of our budgets over the last 3 years. And I hate to use this phrase, but like right size it based upon our historical spend and not just projections.
But also on that same list, right above it, the elimination of departmental positions, those are actually at $4.1 million. Those actually
Yes.
position changes.
Yes.
And so this is not a challenge, because I've heard, Ms. Watley, so it's not a challenge. But I've heard, over the years that central office districts are top heavy. And so, as Jackie said, we do have some opportunities to make some adjustments. But if you take a look at the central office positions here in CCSD, those positions represent roughly 11% of our budget. And I'm not able to tell you at this moment what all is in there, but we certainly have that delineated and can provide that to you all. But it's only 11% of the entire general operating fund budget. So it's not feasible that we would be able to do the teacher salary increases at $50,000 or even $48,000 and do that by downsizing the central office budgets to be able to make that happen.
So I understand what you're saying, that only 11% of that is here at the district. But I recall during the first workshop that we did during the orientation that you had for us, excuse me, is 70 some odd percent of our budget was salaries and I guess retirements. Have you also considered scenarios of cutting into the community is concerned about the salaries that the district's making when the teachers aren't really making very much in balance to the cost of living and the needs in the classrooms?
I have not, no, we have not. So if you take a look at the cost of living impacts everyone. In fact, I mentioned a few minutes ago, the maximum allowable millage. The allowable millage is based on two factors. One is the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, which is a reflection of inflation, and then the population growth in the county. And so for those two components, for the CPI component of that is 8% for this year. That's what was given us to the state. So that's a substantial inflationary level for Charleston County. So we have not looked at reducing salaries because of the inflationary factors.
I'll use my remaining 30 seconds to say I would very much like for the district to look at a reduction in salaries here at the district before we raise taxes on the citizens.
So on a different note, and this doesn't have to be for now, but the thing that keeps coming up whenever we go to, talk to state officials about what's going on and why there's not enough money, why they keep, mandating teacher increases that they don't fund. And they always kind of say, well, you have the funds. We sent the funds. not meaning they wrote a check for teacher increases, but that they, there's this perception that there is money that the state has given. And so I'm wondering if at some point we can get some sort of dissection of, all the funds that come in and how we use them, because it's just difficult to pin down getting an answer from someone on, okay, well, how do we raise teacher salaries? Well, the district needs to do it. Well, the state needs to do it. The state's saying the district has the money, the district's saying the state hasn't given the money. And so I'm just trying to get down to a level of clarity for folks on where's the money going and what is this money they believe should be able to be used for that, and why hasn't it been?
Yes, ma'am. So at a very high level, and we can get to a lot of the details at some point in future, but the state funding formula for education across the state assumes that districts that are wealthy as it relates to property value should pick up a larger share of educating its kids. In poor counties, poor in terms of property values, then the state's going to pick up a greater share. And so until the formula changed last year, the percentages have adjusted some, but not significantly. But until they changed last year, the split was the state would fund 70% of educating kids in the state, and local boards would fund 30%. But that's based on what they call it's called the index of taxpaying ability. And so it says that for wealthy districts or counties like Charleston, which by the way, we are the wealthiest county in the state in property values, then it would be proportional to your wealth. And so whereas the average is 70% funded by the state and 30% locally, for Charleston, historically going back as far as I've gone back, which was July 1, 2004, my first day here, first time, we have paid 70%, and the state has funded 30%. And so what the state is saying is that through the local millage, through the allowable millage, the state is saying, you Charleston, you Beaufort, the counties that have these high property values on the East Coast, on the coast, as well as up in York County in those areas, that y'all have the wherewithal financially, whether we choose to do it or not, but you have the wherewithal to do it. Whereas all of the poor counties, Collington as an example, do not.
But one of the other things that.
I'm sorry, Ms. Dr. Temple.
I'm
So
sorry.
when the state says, like last year, we're going to do a $4,000 teacher salary increase, yes, that's true. But as I think Jackie indicated, our schedule is already significantly higher than the state level, so they're not going to give us $4,000 for that, and they did not. She briefed a few minutes ago at the beginning that we were going to receive, I think, $9.5 million in additional state aid funding this year for fiscal year 24 over this year, $9 million. I indicated that to do the $2,500. Well, I didn't indicate it, but I indicate it now. To do the $2,500 is almost $12 million for us to fund that.
Thank you.
I was just gonna say, when I've spoken with legislators, they say that Charleston keeps too big a fund balance, and that we need to release some of that money for teacher salaries. So that's something, I would like for us to look into.
Yes, ma'am. I can address that also. So in fiscal year 18 or 19, I don't have a chart in here. We don't have a chart in here. I think our fund balance was so low, it was like in the 70 something million dollars, that our bond ratings were downgraded. And so our fund balance now is about $155 million. There's a state statute that tells us what the minimum can be. And then there's national standards that say what recommended what you actually should have. And so we stay within those parameters. So right now, the state requirement for us and the national standards is around $113 million. And so you'll see that in our financial statements. You won't see it in this presentation, but I know the numbers. And And then on top of that, we have 22 or $23 million in fund balance on top of that 113 that says that that recognizes that in September of next year, 2024, we are going to be in what everyone across the country is calling the ESSER funding cliff, because those ESSER dollars go away, assuming that the government, the federal government doesn't extend the grant. And then we're trying to make sure that we are thoughtful about the future for those things that are working in the district through the ESSER funds. We want to make sure we have a way to continue to fund those. So, and the last point I would make, even if we were to use the fund balance to fund teacher salaries, that's a one-time use of funds, not recurring.
Mr. Kennedy, I just want to say, in just layman terms, that, and for the voice of the public, when we are out here in our districts, and the public see that 75 Calhoun staff is making six figures, and the disparity from 75 Calhoun to the schoolhouse is huge. So I think that, I know that you've given us 11 scenarios, but I would ask that you continue to look, because the money is there. I just think that maybe we need to have 12 scenarios or 13 scenarios, because if you could find monies to give yourselves pay increases, I just think that you need to do a little bit more due diligence to find the money to give the teachers the pay increase. I don't think that this is rocket science. I think it's just, it requires a little bit more time for you to look and find it. It was easy for you all to get pay raises, so it should be easy for us to give the teachers. There's a great disparity between senior management and teachers. There's a great disparity between senior management and principals. Let's make this happen, and we don't have to continue this. You know that this was going to come up. The teacher task force had presented. We should not be where we are.
I wholeheartedly agree with what Ms. Roberson and Ms. Watley have said. I think the 58,000, as I recall from the task force, was the bare minimum where these folks were barely able to buy a home or save for their kids' college, and the options presented as 10,000 under the barely minimum. I can't stand it. It's tough. So I echo what has already been stated, that there surely are either salary or even positions that can be eliminated that, I'm not going to say don't help students, that don't directly impact students here at the district or above the principal's level, that we should be able to get more money into the classrooms. It shouldn't be a tough thing. So I would challenge the district toward that end.
So I think also, at the beginning of the presentation, the top priority out of the three was teacher salary increases. So we recognize that. On scenario 9, that includes the $58,000 minimum starting salary. The cost for that is $98.2 million. $98.2 million. I indicated a few minutes ago that the central office is about 11% of a $650 million budget. So even if you eliminate 100% of Calhoun Street and anything associated with Calhoun, you still would not have enough to fund the 58,000 without a substantial tax increase.
All right, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so, well, we pretty much talked about Act 388 a moment ago when Mr. Kennedy was going through what we could possibly do as a tax increase this year based upon our allowable millage increase. So we can go to the next slide. Okay, so this is, Ms. Waters, this is what you were asking about with trying to look at what a millage increase would look like for homeowners and businesses. So with owner occupied, there won't be an increase because the way Act 388 works, they don't have to pay taxes on our operating side. So next slide, please. Okay, so this is on non-owner occupied. So for a 6.1 mil increase, This non-homeowner would be, this non-owner occupied homeowner, whether it's a rental or a second home, would be looking at $159 increase for the year. Whereas if we did, based upon a 9.1 mil increase, they would be looking at a $237 increase. And I forgot a key point, and that's based upon a $435,000 home. Last year, we had reached out to the county treasurer to find out if we were using accurate assessed values on all these different scenarios, and we are. He's the one that provided the 435,000.
That just, is the 435 just like an average home cost in our county or something, or where's that come from?
It came from the county auditor's office. We asked him, because before we were using a lot lower number, so we asked him to help us, give a more realistic number when we were running through these different scenarios, and that was the number he provided.
But that's not home value. That's assessed.
Oh, no, that's assessed property value. Thank
So
you,
it's
sir.
different.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you assess the impact, the breakdown on businesses?
I did. Yes, ma'am. That's actually the next slide.
Oh.
So for a commercial real property of assessed value of $1.6 million, the business owner would be looking at a $613 increase for a 6.1 mil increase. And then for a 9.1 mil increase, they would be looking at a $915 increase.
Would you mind stating what type of business, what business setup model would that impact?
Any business in South Carolina would fall under this category unless they have like a fee in lieu negotiation with the state or with the county, excuse me. So I'm not sure I know how to answer your question.
So probably any business, I would say, except for
county parks.
For rental property. So if you have, rental.
It's from rental property.
No, the preceding one was a rental property.
This is the TIF districts.
No. So if I own a business, so a restaurant.
Right.
And I'm paying property tax on that, then that's what it would entail. So any business, so you have homes that are rented. You have apartment complexes. So that was on the preceding slide.
Right.
This one on the commercial real property, that's real estate associated with other types of business.
So this is actually on the real estate that the brick and mortar business would be in.
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so going on to the next slide, which is commercial real property. No, wait a minute. I think I just covered that.
Automobile.
I did. My apologies. So that should be automobile. And we used an assessed value of $20,000. To look at a 6.1 mil increase, it would be an additional $7.32 per year. And then for a 9.1 mil increase, it would be about $10.92 per year. And then next slide, please. For personal property.
What slide number are we on?
I believe 17.
Yep.
That's all right. Okay. And then for personal property, we used an assessed value of $10,000. So for a 6.1 mil increase, it would be an additional $6.41. And for a 9.1 mil increase, it'd be about $9.56. Boats, trailers, things like that. Yes.
Ms. Carly, so if we could go up to 14.1, why did we stop at 9 for the illustration purposes?
Honestly, I did not think this board would be interested in a 14.5 mil increase.
Yeah, I'm sure many won't, but I think this is what it always comes down to. If you're going to help where it needs to be helped, some people got to give up something. And we're talking about for businesses that own real property, $1,000 in a year is not crippling. If we were talking about the average homeowner, that would be different, but we're talking about businesses that own property, much different than the lessee, the lessee that might be running a business in a place. This is the owner of buildings. And so I think we should actually think about that.
Well, one of our scenarios did include that. We just didn't bring it to the board.
Sure. I'm sure you made the right move given the But I think we need to really see what it would cost the average business, car owner, whatever the case may be, to fund education. And we're not going to do it if somebody doesn't decide to fund it. So.
Yeah, I think, that's a very good point that you make, Ms. Waters. And so the purpose this afternoon is to provide preliminary information. And just like you all are doing, give us feedback. We will go to the Art and Finance Committee on Tuesday. We'll come back to the board at the Committee of the Whole in May. And based on the input today from the board and the input from the Art and Finance Committee on Tuesday next week, then we will make adjustments and come back.
Right. And I just want to say, just thinking of it from this capitalistic aspect, we're going to run into an issue, because I do want to see it go all the way up to the top, is where those increases will be passed down to the people who cannot afford it. And that's going to become an issue to where, okay, I'm going to pass this down to the person who's leasing this property, for the person who's leasing this home. And yeah, the personal property and the automobile may only go up about $10, $15. I guess if we were to put it up to the 14.5, but where the people who should be taking on that tax for us, they're passing it down to everybody else.
I think it would also be helpful if you gave us a chart that showed all the millage increases since like 2017.
Sure.
And
And actually, that is in our budget that we gave to y'all whenever everyone came on board, but no, we can certainly do that. Like if you want to go
This is
back and
part
look
of
at
the
that,
package.
but we can definitely add that.
And one last thing I would, I'm sorry. One last thing I will ask for, can we get the spreadsheet to where that has the formulas on it that we can toss numbers in ourselves?
You talking about this?
Yeah, just so we can, like the actual Excel spreadsheet for us, so we can just toss the numbers in and.
So, Mr. Calhoun, finance people really don't.
Yeah. I know. It was just.
so Ms. Carlin, on
Yes,
your,
ma'am.
whatever page this is, 3 or 4, originally, before the teacher task force was created, you were originally scheduled to have a pay of 2024 of 48,000.
No, ma'am. This all came about just in the last week, when we started looking at the budget scenarios and trying to determine what we could do realistically
So
without a huge
realistically-
millage increase. Yes, ma'am.
Realistically, it can only be 48,000.
Well, based upon what we know now.
Okay. Is it possible, I still would want us to find it, but can you show us what a phase-in would look like?
Like we've done before, like
Yeah.
a 3-year phase in to,
To
what would the end result, 58?
258.
We can look at that.
Phase into 50 or 58?
258.
58.
Can I ask one last question before we move on? To go back to this title supplanting situation, the only concern that I would have is that whether or not you all are collaborating with folks who are very proximate to the work to decide what gets supplanted. Because if I'm a principal and I wanted to use my title funds in a way, but then the district says, we're going to use them in this way, and then has to decide a process, and now that principal doesn't get what they thought was most immediate, I'm just wondering, what does that process of collaboration look like to make sure that folks aren't losing out, even though they can use the title funds for something else? They might have really felt the need was here, but in your plan, it's not.
Yes, ma'am. Our goal is not to supplant, but the request for math coach has been a universal across the district, and we don't have a ton of schools with math coaches currently. And so our idea, our point of view is to collaborate to find out where the greatest need is, and that's been a resounding request across the system. But we'll have to figure it out if we can't fund it fully for all schools.
I also wanted to state that I'm aware that Beaufort last year gave their teachers a $50,000 salary. And so I am concerned that we're even thinking about 48,000, which is less than our neighboring county. And I think that we need to really work towards honoring the work that went into the task force and having our teachers are, we need to support our teachers. We cannot run a county and have a education system on the backs of our teachers. We really need a commitment from our community that we value public schools, we value our teachers, and we're not expecting them to carry a load that we won't carry ourselves.
And so I would, so we did analyze how Beaufort moved up to 50,000. I don't remember where they moved from, but they are at 50,000 this year. It was a combination of things. One was ESSER dollars. So that's short term. One was the use of fund balance, which is one time. And then the third component was an increase in the local taxes. So those were the primary ways that that Beaufort got to 50,000. Did I miss anything on that, Jackie?
No, I was going to offer to share that with them so they could see how they did it. Yes.
And I'm still going to go back to this COLA, even though I want to get the right employees for our county employees. If the state feels it's so important to give every state employee a $2,500 raise, we cannot forget the non-teachers. I mean, our other staff that is supporting us. I mean, what's the breakdown on the percentage of that? It's got to be huge.
So in the numbers that were presented, that's a 2.5% COLA increase. I don't know what that equates to on average for district employees. And also that's excluded from that is a step increase, whatever the step is. And so several years ago, when Bill can talk more thoroughly about this, there was a salary study where we were about 90% of district employees. I'm not talking about teachers, but the staff you're talking about was about probably 90% of our market. And so we had a plan to get up to close as possible to 100% of market. Currently, this year, we're at 97% of market. And so if we wanted to maintain that level, it would be this 2.5% COLA plus step increase. And I think that total value, if I remember the numbers that were presented, for just the 2.5%, it's about $5 million, 5 point something. And then to get to the full amount would be another 3 million and something, so $8 million.
No, I'm sorry. I have, I know we got that last slide, but I have about 2.5 questions for Mr. Brickman real quick. What's the base salaries for the data clerks?
Do you have that? I can look it up, but if you have it.
What was your question, Darren?
The base salary
And,
for the data
and
clerks.
Mr. Cowan, what we're looking at, what Jackie Carlin mentioned was the current data clerks are 222, so going to 240, so there'll be additional days. Our pay grade is what we call a DBM. They're currently an A13 and would move to a B31. Is that right, Jackie? So they would go from a A pay grade to a B pay grade as well as additional days. Do you have the average? Okay, B22.
B22.
So yeah, I have the hourly rate. I don't have the salary.
Oh, yeah. What's the hourly rate?
Say again?
What's the hourly rate?
Oh, I'm sorry. They would go from, now this is an average,
Right.
$18.59 up to $23.21.
And I guess that would. Okay, no, that's what I need right there. Thank you.
And I believe that's a 15-year experience.
Correct.
It's an
15?
average. Yeah, I believe so.
Yes, because 30.
Why don't you let us give you?
We can send something out in a
Yeah.
board update as well to make sure it's accurate.
Yeah.
I have another question. Speaking to Mr. Calhoun's concern about increases in rental costs that get passed down to the consumer, concern about affordable housing and all of that. Is it possible with the millage that that is differentiated across these categories that you have, non-owner occupied, commercial, personal property, or does the millage apply to all those categories across the board, or can it be differentiated?
I think it's across the board.
Yeah, I mean-
You set a millage rate and that's what it is for Charleston County. or a portion of the Charleston County millage rate, our portion is on their tax bill at 130 mills or.
And the district doesn't have control of that. The only thing the district has control of is to be able to set the millage, but in terms of assessed property values and how it's applied to the millage rates applied to the tax bills, that's done by the county auditor's office.
So is the county able to differentiate the millage?
I don't think so. I mean, we can certainly ask, but I can't imagine that.
We should check that.
Scenario will ever do that. We can ask.
And the reason I say that is I know that the taxes that we pay on cars is very low in this state. And so, is it possible to differentiate the millage across these different categories?
And next slide, please. I believe we've wrapped this up. Yes, we have. So thank you so much. And I appreciate your questions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kennedy, any closing remarks from you?
No, ma'am.
All right, with that, we'll move on to item number 4 on the agenda, which is student outcomes to strategic education. And I'll turn it over to Trustee Bailey.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have Ms. Anita Huggins and her staff. They have done an outstanding job on our community listening sessions on EL curriculum. Would you like to do your presentation?
Thank you so much, Ms. Bailey, and thank you for the opportunity to brief the board on the outcomes of the community listening sessions for EL. And thank you for the trustees who attended and supported the effort. And a particular thank you to the facilitators. We had master level facilitation using restorative practices to make those sessions really meaningful and productive. And so Maggie, could you call up the deck? You can advance to sessions overview and approach. So along pillar 1 around rigorous grade level instruction, and our overall goal of all of our scholars reading on grade level is this conversation around high quality instructional materials, of which we believe EL to be. And so we spent considerable time over a 3-week span really listening, internalizing, synthesizing the input, the feedback from our constituents. And so what we wanted to do was collate and organize the information in a way that could inform our next steps moving forward. We tried to match the interest in these sessions with where we would house the listening sessions. And so we conducted multiple sessions in both in District 4, District 2, District 3, District 10, and we had significant turnout in all of our sessions. And so we were really pleased with that turnout. And so next slide, Maggie. The statistics are really presented on this slide for your information. Nearly equal parts favorable and positive feedback alongside in tandem with the concerns. And so for every concern, there was something positive and favorable shared with us, as well as a slew of 136, to be exact, suggestions, how to make it better, how to improve, how to constantly improve our processes and our system as it relates to the implementation rollout for EL. So our approach was to try to look at the big themes and place those in buckets, if you will. We had 3 big areas. Tell us what you believe to be working well with EL. Tell us where your concerns are. And then together, let's talk about suggestions for improvement. Some of the big or common themes that generated from the listening sessions centered around the student performance, the fact that our scholars are moving forward and improving. Some of the positives also centered around diversity as being a plus. as a part of the curriculum itself, and then the interest from our scholars. Some of the concerns centered largely around the implementation gaps, the instructional support, the infrastructure of the curriculum materials being not easy to navigate and negotiate. And then in terms of suggestions, our audience members wanted us to spend more time with stakeholder engagement, instructional support guidelines. How can we make this really teacher friendly where they can pick up a manual, not have to negotiate several documents, and try to make it as seamless as possible. Ms. Huggins will spend a few moments unpacking specifically where the big themes reside. And then we want to talk a little bit about what we believe from the central office to be our next steps to make this successful and meaningful for all of our stakeholders. Anita?
Thank you, Michelle. I want to echo what Michelle said and thank all of you. I think most of you were able to come to at least one session, some of you multiple sessions. So thank you for your diligence and the time you spent really listening to true feedback from the community. We didn't know in advance where those who had signed up to attend these sessions were on EL. We simply blindly placed them in these groups. And so the next 3 slides summarize for you exactly the comments, as Michelle just overviewed, that we received back in these sessions. The first with the positive comments is the curriculum quality. Many stakeholders, parents, teachers, all talked about this being a high quality curriculum that offered diverse perspective to students. And so you'll see here that almost 50% of the positive comments fell into these 2 categories. Maggie. In regards to concerns, we received feedback about the challenges the curriculum had posed specifically to teachers. Michelle just overviewed some of that when she said that perhaps some of the rollout was identified by teachers as in need of more professional development. So some of the challenges that teachers have faced, not only we have pinpointed, could be to a lack of professional development, but also the complexity of EL in that it's housed in numerous volumes. And so you'll hear in a second our plan to make things more streamlined and easy for teachers. Also, that ongoing instructional support was a huge concern. And third, I'd be remiss not to mention for the public, the stakeholder engagement, specifically for parents who noted that they would like to have more access to and be more involved in the upfront planning for curriculum changes for their students. The last slide details for you some of the suggestions, and they centered around almost over 2/3 of them supporting guidelines for teachers and families, the engagement piece for parents in particular, and resources that more align with what teachers need for ease of implementation. So here's what we're going to do next. Today, we launched an EL website that has a summary of what we're presenting to you, but also a detailed sheet of every suggestion, concern, and positive comment that was provided to us. We pledged to our stakeholders that we would provide that transparently, and we did so today. A lot of the feedback we got also from parents was that there wasn't a lot of ease in accessing the resources and materials. So there's a link on the website that our communications team led by Ms. Denny has helped launch that provides that in one space for parents and the community at large. Secondly, we're going to improve materials to assist teachers in the planning and curriculum delivery. Ms. Simmons, Terry Nichols, and I have been in conversations about launching a group that engages teachers and parents in reconfiguring materials all in one space for teachers so that they can, for example, go to grade 2, module 1 open a manual, and everything is there for them. That is also clearly aligned with the South Carolina curriculum standards. If you were able to attend a session, for example, you heard some teachers' concerns that it wasn't clear where some of the materials in EL were aligned with the curriculum standards. And so Betsy Reidenbach, a former director here of literacy with us in CCSD, is going to lead a stakeholder group beginning this spring that involves, again, teachers and the community, particularly parents, in creating these user-friendly resources for teachers. Secondly, we want to continue to incorporate alternatives and guidelines for sensitive topics. After Mrs. Nichols led the committee that took a first pass at curricular materials that might be concerning, others have been brought to our attentions by both teachers and community members. And so we're continuing to look at that and provide alternatives. Like I noted a moment ago, we're ensuring alignment with the standards and other curriculum. We're also going to be working with principals to ensure parents in all schools in all of your districts have access to these materials, perhaps over the summer, but in particular at the launch of the new school year. We're also going to think a little bit differently about how we communicate directly with teachers about flexibility options and how we want to provide professional development to them. We see that some teachers through these listening sessions understood that they had a certain level of flexibility, whereas others did not. And in fairness, we want to ensure that all teachers have the same level of understanding about the flexibility that we want to be able to grant them as they plan for lessons with students. And lastly, we're going to continue to engage stakeholders, much as we did over the course of these listening sessions, to get feedback as parents have more opportunity to engage with the curriculum and teachers have more ability to utilize the materials that we plan to make available at the launch of the new year.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mrs. Bailey.
I just wanted to let you guys know, thank you so much. Teachers, parents, and students across this district appreciate all that you have done to make sure that every voice has been heard and their questions and concerns were addressed. Now, at this time, is there any questions or any discussion?
I have a question. In regards to the controversial subjects and materials that is driving a lot of the elections, what do you plan to do with those materials? Are they going to still be available, or is the district going to make sure that they're not available? What do you plan to do with that?
Thank you for that, Mrs. Watley. So we've asked principals and teacher teams to convene together to decide how to move forward with particular materials. Our teams will make suggestions on supplemental materials and tweaks to modules to make in instances where parents have raised concerns, where teachers are concerned that certain materials might be controversial with their students. And so some of the information that Mrs. Nichols' team has already put out makes provisions for those sensitive materials, but we'll continue to work through this process that Mrs. Reidenbach is going to lead to ensure that there are options provided for teachers in planning for instructional delivery. And we also have a reconsideration process that parents can go through in the event they have concerns. In the event of a kindergarten text, for example, we made the suggestion that the text be eliminated altogether. But there are other modules that contain some sensitive information or language that we have made suggestions to supplement in other ways. Anything else?
I just want to say that Mr. Kennedy, oh, I'm sorry.
So with some of it, you're still leaving it out there for someone's child to be exposed to something parents would have great issue with.
So, Ms. Watley, we had the opportunity to hear from various stakeholders. And what we found was that in some communities, parents lifted up an issue that they thought may have been sensitive, where in other communities, there's zero issues, zero concerns, zero problems. And so that's why we wanted to give options for school teams to discern how to move forward. We want to provide them with options in terms of supplemental materials, replacement materials, how to supplement in a way where they can address any issue that comes up, because sensitive and controversial is up for debate.
Right. So the counter argument to that would be, as you saw in the slide, you had nearly 400 people register, but 129 actually showed up. So we still didn't hear from everybody about it. And some parents didn't have the opportunity to engage, but still hold those concerns. At what point as adults do we take some responsibility for what minor children are being exposed to?
So on February 9th, Mr. Kennedy, go ahead.
I'm sorry, it was February the 10th. So as Ms. Huggins said, a team led by Ms. Nichols did a preliminary review of the controversial materials. I issued a letter, a memo to all principals on February the 10th, highlighting those materials in detail and giving principals the authority, the autonomy to work with their staff to make decisions on how they may supplement, swap out, or change the materials. Ms. Huggins just indicated that with Ms. Reidenbach, we're going to continue that and identify any additional materials, and we will treat it the same way where schools, we always talk about principals being able to have, and teachers being able to have the autonomy to make decisions based on the needs of their schools and their classrooms. And so that's the approach that we're taking with this.
So your advice to the parents then is to go to their principals?
Well, I know that there's a process associated with when a parent has questions about materials that their child or children are engaged with, that they can go to the principal, and there's a process for them to identify what those materials are and raise their objections, and there's a process for a review of that.
Okay, and using still all my time. So then if the principal refuses to hear the parents and their concerns about these materials, and then they come to us or they elect us to represent them as their voice in the district, then what then? It comes back to the board, and we have board members who don't want to talk about it anymore.
Well, again, there's a process, and that process then, if need be, it entails convening a group. I don't remember what the group is comprised of, and they review the materials. They make a recommendation to the superintendent, and then I act on that recommendation.
So one more question.
Mrs. Watley, in situations like Mr. Kennedy noted, if principals aren't pleased, or if parents aren't pleased with the response they get from their principals, and it's outside of the reconsideration process of a text, they go to their associates, and we work with associates and Ms. Simmons to ensure that concerns are addressed, and we're all reasonable folks. So we try to offer options and choice when such is available. In the event of a text, however, there is a reconsideration process that consists of various stakeholders that review text and provide feedback. But we do work closely with associate superintendents to ensure that parents' concerns, regardless of what they are, from behavior to curriculum to how we handle an issue on the bus, are dealt with fairly, timely, consistently, and reasonably. So it can be, if it's referred to you, you can refer it to us, and we'll handle it and make sure we route the concern appropriately. Ms. Simmons, would you have anything to add?
And so with my remaining time, I still, first of all, I've brought this up before. I don't want children being singled out from among their peers and adding even more stress and pressure and psychological impact on them. And then the other thing, I go back to the same question I keep asking you guys in these private meetings that we're having, setting the agenda. Why are we continuing to insist on a curriculum that has opened the door for perverse subjects and highly controversial things that you don't even want to talk about here in the public forum? And that's why we keep bringing it up. Things that if we read out loud or you wouldn't put the pictures on the screen. but we want to act like it's not happening and it is.
Mrs. Watley, we hear your concerns. We take them to heart. We take the education of our children very, very seriously and their innocence. We are looking at data when we consider what curricula to use, and what we're seeing in some preliminary spring assessment data and iReady and MAP is that 33 of the 40 schools using this curricula have made high growth, which is unlike what we've seen in the past. I don't say that to discount your concerns about sensitive materials, because I have 3 children of my own whose innocence I'd like to preserve as long as possible. But we have made concessions for concerns of parents, concerns of teachers, and concerns of school communities about sensitive topics. And I pledge to you that we will continue to do so, led by a very veteran administrator who has had time in schools teaching EL, who is an expert in literacy, and who'll work with our teams to ensure that we've provided options for all groups of stakeholders.
Okay.
I know that doesn't say exactly what you want me to say, but it's
non-committal.
the truth from myself as an educator and as a mother.
Well, and just with my remaining moments, I pledge to the people that voted me into office that I would absolutely protect the children's innocence. And that's what I keep driving towards.
And we appreciate that commitment from you and from all the trustees. Ms. Watley, thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Yes, let me use my 2 minutes. Just as I'm going to trust the finance department to come up with this monies, I'm going to trust the CEO and your staff to do the same with the EL curriculum. Mr. Kennedy and Ms.
We understood you though, Ms. Dunmeyer.
I'm trying to.
And Ms. Nichols and I had an opportunity to participate in reading role models at Mount Zion. And I thought that the teacher was excited that I was going to read to her 1st grade class, but she was more excited that I was there so she could show me her data of her class. So that was really heartwarming to me. I did read to the class and they enjoyed it, but I spent some time with the teacher afterwards so she could show me where they started and where they are now. So I'm going to trust that your team is going to make this work. You're going to address Ms. Watley's concern, and we will move forward in educating the children in Charleston.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just one comment. Just wanted to say thank you. I really appreciated the comment you made about offering choice. Because I think it's so important, especially because there's such a wide range of disparity among our communities. And so I appreciate you all not taking a blanket approach to this situation, because I know that there could have been a lot of pressure to do so, but that you really try to be rooted in what's working and what's not. And I also look forward to it becoming easier for the educators. I know the listening circle that I sat in on and a couple of the school visits I've been on, they have lifted up that is the issue. I know that leading educators is expensive, but just looking forward to hearing the plan for how we roll out a more effective implementation plan moving forward. Thank you for that. Mrs. Waters, if I could just say, Mrs. Simmons has brilliantly already looked at how we do that, how we budget for that, how we plan for that for next year. So we already have some of those things in the works. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Ms. Huggins, I think what I heard Ms. Watley asking, which I actually completely echo the sentiment, and that is that if a child is exposed to something that is inappropriate, after the fact remediation is too late. And so although I recognize that there is data that at least is suggestive of the EL's success academically, and I'm not disputing that, I'm not saying that's untrue. What I am saying is that there's a principle that might be ignored, and that is the risk to reward ratio. And so if a child is exposed to something, even if we can listen to the parents after the fact, they're still exposed to that item, especially some of the hypersexualized items. And so after the fact is too late to fix it. So in complete agreement with what Ms. Watley stated, I think that it may be beneficial, or it is beneficial, to try to find a curriculum that can both be as successful academically as this one seems to be, but without the questionable material.
Mr. Kelly, based on the guidelines that we have been given by the state to find a research-based curriculum grounded in the science of reading, the 4 or 5 options we were given, we're going to find controversial subject matter in all curriculum. The letter that Mr. Kennedy referred to on February 10th outlined from our point of view, from the task force work where we thought there could be concern. So we've done the pre-work to identify where there may be an issue so that what you just described doesn't happen, where kids are being exposed and then we're responding after the fact. And so we've done that, and the work Ms. Breidenbach will lead for us. We'll continue to refine and shore that process up, but we feel like we've done that. We've taken a hard look at where issues might be, and we believe we will find issues with any curriculum. The onus is on us to do our due diligence to make sure we discern where any impact could be that's not positive and favorable for our scholars and address it head on.
Mr. Kelly, I hope that my remark didn't discount that I understand your concern, and that Ms. Watley, I think that that's valid. But as Ms. Simmons said, I think part of our work around EL and moving forward with this work will be really authentically engaging parents over the summer and into the new school year, so they have a chance to see the curriculum and give us more feedback so that we can be proactive versus reactive. Again, we trust the judgment of our teachers and our principals, our school-based leaders, but we want to give options and be fair while we're doing so. And so we do pledge to authentically engage parents, just like we genuinely tried to do here with teachers, community, and other stakeholders.
So along that similar line, I have one question. You mentioned, or it was mentioned in the slide deck that you want to offer flexibility to teachers. I was wondering if you could expand on what that exactly means, which I think you may have just alluded to, but yeah.
Right. So when teachers attempt to design lessons and they come across things that they find to be concerning, they have the autonomy, the ability to make judgment calls. And so we've said it. Perhaps we haven't said it enough or directly to teachers that we trust that they will execute, they will deliver these lessons and this curriculum with integrity. We're not holding them to an unreasonable standard that it's a script, you teach it or else. We believe that teachers do have the wisdom, the judgment, and the ability to make calls on modifications, adjustments, deletions if needed, to make the lesson more meaningful for their scholars, because from building to building, classroom to classroom, students are different. They need different things. And so we want to give teachers and principals and instructional leaders in schools that ability.
Lori, oh, Mr. Kennedy, I'm sorry.
It's okay, thank you. So in addition to what the academic team will do to ensure the concerns you all have, I also will highlight, excuse me, the fact that we have invested $10 million in the curriculum, EL. The state has, I don't know how much they have spent, but they purchased the curriculum for the Palmetto priority schools, of which we have here in CCSD 20-something schools. And so if we were to purchase a new curriculum, it would be us starting over again. Whatever the amount is, I would say at least $20 million, because I would not imagine that the state is going to purchase for us again a second curriculum.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I'd like to use my 2 minutes. 129 participants. Do you have the percentage breakdown of what was parents and teachers?
We don't, Mr. Grabowski, but we can get that to you.
Thank you. Also, I'm very happy to hear that you are communicating directly with the teachers about the flexibility options provided. I've probably talked to over this spring, I don't know, about 40, 50 ELA teachers. And every single one, almost to the T, said they don't like seeing curriculums change. I mean, with that being said, They had a lot of problems with EL. And the biggest problem they had with EL was it was kind of like in the middle. So their struggling students were really struggling with EL, and their high performing students were performing it across the board. So what they all said they did was they supplemented it with material outside of the EL curriculum. So I want that assurance from you that they can do that, and we're going to provide them the resources to do that, because curriculums don't teach, teachers teach. End of story. And, I just saw it, we had the SC Ready back in March. I mean, we should have those scores. I haven't heard anybody saying anything about them. We've now got 2 sets of SC Ready scores to be able to, compare. I would have expected, that, because I was a little concerned when I asked teachers how that test was given. They actually read the questions to the students. The students didn't even read. I heard they did that in math too. And I was like, how could you read a math question to students? I just asked you if you clarify that too on testing, because I was kind of put back when I had numerous teachers telling me that.
Sure. Yes, sir. Thank you for that. So SC Ready is the summative test that will be given in a few weeks. I think you're probably referring to either iReady or MAP.
iReady. Okay, I'm
And
sorry. iReady. That's right. That was for the. Right.
It's hard for us to keep up with it some days, Mr. Grabowski. That's
Hey, I
okay,
can't even
no
get a
worries.
county employee with a state employee,
I know,
right?
well,
So
it's a hard day for you today, Mr. Grabowski. It's a hard day.
iReady.
But in complete transparency, there are some students who have accommodations to be read to for reading and or math, depending upon their needs. So that could be a situation. I could certainly look into any other situations that might be questionable. That's for sure. But we will do better at communicating directly with teachers about those flexibility, because what you refer to is common. There's never any curricula that's going to address the needs of 100% of students. And we're hoping that a lot of the work Ms. Reidenbach will do will be able to outline for teachers, particularly teachers who are more novice or might not have as much experience, or even veteran teachers who might need the support of what things they can do to scaffold up or provide remediation opportunities for, while utilizing the EL as core, which is what has been identified nationally as helping elevate student growth and achievement the most. So I appreciate that. We can circle back on those reading too questions between iReady and MAP, but I think that might be situations where the individual accommodations are in play. Ms. Simmons, did I miss something?
Very good, thank you.
Thank you all again for your
But
support.
I still think it's just so critical that these teachers know that working with their principals within their schools, because they really know their students best, that they can come up with a plan
That's
of
right.
how to use the parts of the curriculum they're working. Because I heard even on the themes, some of the themes were good, some of the themes turned students totally off. When we can't afford to have a student turned off 1 minute. So we need to be able to supplement it so that we can bring in, to keep all students focused on, getting to grade level.
We've given this example. If the unit on birds is too long for your students, for example, you have the ability to adjust. We heard some teachers say there's not enough reading at KN1. We said, add reading. Do what you know is best for your students, because we trust that as the educator, you know your students best, you know the curricula, and you're able to make changes in your classroom that will meet the needs of students.
I just want to say that I have taken the time to visit several schools that are implementing the EL curriculum. And I have observed schools where they have invited parents in for the culmination activities. The parents could see the work, the incredible work that students are doing, the incredible classrooms that teachers are transforming. There are such interesting places. I've seen where parents have gotten together when they got the EL materials, and they helped teachers and the instructional coaches prepare a box for each unit so the teachers have all the materials they have and so on. I just, having witnessed the student work and the energy in the classrooms, I'm just so impressed with it. And I want to say that, it's my practice, it's my belief, and it's what I have observed, that when teachers are presenting instruction units for their students, that they're informing, they're letting the parents know that this is what we're doing for this quarter of the year. These are the materials that we're using. Come in and see them, that type of thing. So I just I'm really pleased that we're moving along with a curriculum that is research-based and is getting results. I'm impressed with the fact that we had the listening sessions and that one of the questions I had was, how are you going about making improvements? And obviously you're thinking through all of this implementation. So I just want to compliment you on that and just assure parents that I'm sure that they will know what their children are going to be learning in the instruction.
Thank you.
On me. All right, I'm not going to take 2 minutes at all, but first, thank you. Since we began this conversation a few months ago, I've actually read the curriculum from K through 8, all the teachers' manuals. So very exhilarating read. I love it. But no, I actually do want to say thank you, and I look forward to the professional development that all of the teachers will be getting and all the support they will be getting over the next few years as we use this curriculum. But reading through the curriculum, I think this is a very, very, very great curriculum. And then them being able to be flexible is always helpful. So again, thank you. The listening sessions were really, really informative as well.
Thank you, Mr. Calhoun. Before I yield to you, Ms. Bailey, Mr. Grabowski, for your question, 70% of the attendees were parents and 30% were teachers.
Thank you.
Ms. Bailey?
Anything, anybody else?
One more question. I know we're just talking about the listening circles, but, and I don't think that all the trustees got all the same emails, because I know that great number of the emails that we've received since we were elected until now, many of them were only addressed to the 5. But as a part of the input that you're taking into consideration, have you taken those emails into consideration? I know I didn't forward all of them to you.
Yes, ma'am. We are reviewing them. We have a printout of all of those emails, and we are reviewing each of them individually to provide support to families.
And if I've missed, because I didn't go back to November, I just sent you, what I sent you was just within like a 2-week window. So if you need me to go back, I will.
I think we have most of them, Mrs. Watley, but we can certainly connect with you privately and make sure that we've got them all captured.
Thank you very much.
And I would just say from, excuse me, from the, I want to say from 2 weeks ago, April the 4th, I've only seen 51 from January to April 4th that were very critical of the EL curriculum. And 4 of those, and I guess that 4 would get us back down to 47. I'm a historian. There were duplicates, but I've only saw 51.
Anyone else? I just have one question that was raised to me at the EL listening sessions, was for the parents that were not aware. So a lot came that didn't even know what was going on. And so I just want to make sure that information will be sent out over the summer for the kids that are coming into this curriculum next year, school year, and possibly the ones that are in the classrooms where EL is being taught now, that they will be given the information to understand what is going on.
Yes, ma'am. You have our assurance that Dr. Swearingen, Dr. Williams, Mrs. Haynes will all work with their principals to ensure that there's a plan in every school to welcome parents, to engage families in review of materials, to talk about EL, to answer questions about EL over the summer and into the fall. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay.
And I apologize not to belabor, but what Ms. Bailey brought up did remind me that when you were mentioning the strategic engagement of parents, one of the things that is an issue in my district and may be an issue in some others is, and I've mentioned this before, but the method of engagement is not really suitable for all parents. Some communities some neighborhoods in my district really require a door-to-door knocking. You know, this is what's happening in your schools, et cetera. And so there needs to be some sort of street team or something that's brought in, because some parents just do not engage the district digitally, and they are being left out. And I think about that a lot in terms of when these types of conversations happen, and parents need to be very clear where they stand, because there's a lot of like language that's used that sounds very neutral, but then they need to be able to understand at the heart of it whether it's working or not for their children. And so I think that we can, you know, be innovative about how we do community engagement moving forward, even if it's just, you know, again, on a case-by-case basis. And I'd love to talk further with you about those needs for District 4.
Thank you for that, Ms. Waters. We've got it noted. I think you're spot on that we do have to think differently about how we engage all groups. So we'll note that. We provided a toolkit earlier in the year for principals with lots of different ideas, but moving forward, this will be a required part of our work. So having options available that, just like you mentioned, street walks or door-to-door, or, you know, other creative options, I think will be critical to authentically engaging all communities. Thank you.
Okay, with that being said, if there's no further discussion from our mouths to every parent, student, teacher, in God's ear, thank you guys for all that you have done. So God bless you. And now we're moving on to item 4C, school renewal plans.
Yes, Ms. Roberts will come forward at this time from assessment and evaluation. Take it away.
So good afternoon. And thank you for providing the time today for us to share an overview of the process to develop the state required district strategic plan and school renewal plans, and to request approval of these plans for submission to our State Department of South Carolina. State Regulation 43-261 requires an initial or update to the 5-year district strategic plan and school renewal plans for all schools to be submitted to the South Carolina Department of Education at the end of April each year. So generally speaking, plans serve two purposes. First, to provide evidence of our continuous improvement efforts. And second, they serve as accountability documents that provide evidence that our district and all of our schools are following state and federal statutes and regulations. So rather than a creation of something new, these plans are an attempt to document within the state's required template what we have been doing and what we plan to do. Additionally, funding sources that are mentioned in the plans reflect how action steps have either been funded in the past, how they are currently being funded, or how they may be funded in the future. So consider the plans and the funding sources to be for planning purposes only. The district and schools are aware that GOF budgets and other title budgets are approved each year. And some of the temporary funds are already allocated, like ESSER funds will run out prior to the end of the 5 years. So they either have created a plan for sustainability, or after the funding runs out, they already intend that strategy or position to be temporary and that it will end at a specific time. So the state plans are not meant to be budgetary documents. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that. Mm-hmm. Approving the plans in no way obligates or binds the district to funding or any allocations, and plans will continue to evolve as circumstances change. So state plans require that we use and align data from our most recent state report cards to create our 5-year and 1-year interim goals in specific categories: district priorities, gifted and talented, student achievement, school climate, and teacher administrator quality.
The color-coded high-level overview that we provided on this particular slide shows how our district school report cards, our board goals and interim goals, and our guardrails and interim guardrails have become planned goals, which are represented in blue and green, or strategies and action steps, which are represented in tan. In addition to using our most recent report card data to create our goals, plans also demonstrate our compliance with other requirements, including the items that you find listed on this particular slide. It's again important to note that the state plans are intended to be living documents used both for accountability purposes and tools for continuous improvement. They represent a point in time this year when we reflect on last year's data to plan for next year. The next step after our local board approval is submitting the plans to the State Department of Education, which will approve the plans in late July or early August. And once approved, the district can then request any waivers that are needed to support the plans. In anticipation of the plans being approved, our waivers will be brought to our local board for approval in June so that they're ready to go when our plans are approved by the state. We'll then submit the waiver request to the state board and get ready to start the process all over again for next year. So this basically sums up our district strategic and school renewal planning process. And I'm here if you have questions. We also have Dr. Kathy Gare in our audience too, who plays a very pivotal role in this work.
Any questions?
Ma'am, why do we need waivers?
Just one example of why a waiver might be utilized, and this is actually a waiver that we've requested well, from as long as I can remember. An example would be a waiver for a principal to oversee more than one grade span. So like our middle high schools, like SOA, Military Magnet, Baptist Hill, that requires a waiver so that one principal can basically lead both of those grade spans in that building. That's one example of a waiver that we might would request.
The waiver then is we're not in compliance with state law or state education guideline or something, and we're asking for that to be acceptable. Is that correct?
Right. We're basically asking them permission to go outside of that because it's in support of our school renewal plans or being able to implement our school plans. That would be one of those situations. We would have to have approval from our state board in order to do that. That particular waiver has always been approved, for instance.
Okay, thank you.
But not state law. Right.
Would you repeat that?
Talk to the mic right here. You got the mic right here.
She said that we
What
can,
she's trying to say is you cannot, and this is very true, you can waive regulations. We certainly are not allowed to waive any kind of state laws. State laws are state laws. We have to be in compliance of those. So I think that pretty much sums up what Dr. Gare was clarifying.
Anyone else?
Quick question, under school climate, for the decreased out of school suspension rate for African-American students, I cannot tell what color that is. Is that supposed to be the green or one of the blue ones as far as the goals and interim goes?
Sorry, I'm having to look myself. It's larger. Oh, that's green. I apologize.
cool.
I see where it's under school
All right.
climate. Thank you. It's actually part of the interim goal.
Okay.
Interim guardrail, sorry.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes, I mean, I had several questions. I'll just rattle them off. I think school renewal plans are really important documents and that the process is really important. So I'm just wondering, how are these plans being reviewed by staff and principals within the feeder system and also the constituent boards? And how, if this document is not about budgeting concerns, then how do schools indicate the budgets that they need? And how do schools receive feedback on these school renewal plans? And And how do they show evidence that the schools are engaging the broader community in their school renewal plans?
I'm actually going to let Dr. Kathy Garrett
Okay.
answer that question. She'll be able to give you a very thorough answer.
Okay.
So first the issue of how feedback was received. So the first question that I kind of processed that you asked is about how feedback was received. And this is an incredibly collaborative process. That there were 12 sessions where principals would just come and drop in, right? And all of these sessions, there are tons of principals there. So anywhere from 6 to 12 to 20 principals overlapping and coming and discussing the plans. And so then we have a sheet with all the data and the goals, and they're working sometimes within their feeder patterns. I remember one instance, this is a great example of a principal who was a mentor to another principal. They both came together and worked on their plans simultaneously. So they would come and they work in this space together on their plans. That's one way that they collaborate among themselves. The other piece is that our school improvement councils, that these documents, that what they do is they use drafts of those, and they're actually within the template places where I suggest, well, you could print this out to take to your SIC, to print on a sheet of paper and make a poster for the wall in the library or the media center when you meet, and say, well, so what is the most impactful thing we are doing or could do for this goal? And so they take these pieces that they work on as they're planning and drafting the plans to their school improvement councils, to their faculty meetings, they were many of the principals, well, not many, almost all of the principals, while they were working on their school renewal plans, were also preparing for the presentations that they did in their feeder patterns. So they were using the data that they were reviewing for the school renewal plans, and that fed into the work that they did in those feeder pattern presentations. I'm sorry, I think I'm probably missing something. Oh, yeah, feedback from us. So fun. This is great because I think at least 15 people in this room, 10, 15 people in this room participated in reviewing plans that we had. Was it 3 days, Buffy? I think it was 3 days, pretty much all day long. We had a 3-hour session in the morning, a 3-hour session in the afternoon. And a lot of people just stayed throughout, where we would come together, people from across the district, from Bridgeview to, I remember Tom Naraki, who works with IT, he reviewed plans. Everybody came together and reviewed plans. And what we would do is we would all review a plan together. So everybody had their own plan and we would review at the same time. And then they go back into, it's an assembly line kind of thing. There's a bucket. Here are the plans that haven't been reviewed. They're all in hard copy in a folder. So all the plans that are unreviewed go into a box. They come out, somebody reviews them once, they go back in for a second review, and then I review them for a third time before they go back to the school. So they get written feedback. There's a little, it's so funny because the principals love it, but they get little Post-its on all the pages that have responses or feedback. Does that help? But no. So it's a very feedback heavy perspective. I think also there was the budget question.
Because I was looking at some of the improvement things, and I was like, well, where do they put in the fact that they may need budget support? Because I didn't see any dollar issues in the plans.
And so typically after the plans are approved, so the plans are approved by the state in July or August. And while that's happening, while this review process is going on, other budgets are being approved. I mean, like the budget for the district that we've seen here, the Title I budgets, all that. And so then typically schools reopen their plans. And Buffy talked about them as living documents. They reopen their plans in August, September, and they start migrating in for the current year, the most recent and updated information they have. And then that starts feeding their update for the next year. Because this is an initial plan, you don't see a lot of those specific monetary amounts because those get updated as they start migrating in as budgets are approved over the course of the 5 years. Does that?
Thank you for that, Kathy. Thank you for that, Kathy. Kathy really does lead such great work and a collaborative work, but the associates are a key part of this. Dr. Williams, Dr. Swearingen, Ms. Haynes, and Dr. Epplesheimer, and those principals keep their associates apprised of the financial, their fiscal needs and positions, for example, programmatic needs that, and then those filter up through us in an expansion list that is reviewed at budget time. Many of those things surfaced in this year's student data reviews. And so what you saw Mrs. Carlin review earlier, the 1.0 math coaches, for example, literacy coaches, assistant principals in schools that don't have them. There were some other requests that didn't make it to the budget list, parent advocates in each school, for example. Those things come to the cabinet and are prioritized. But apart from systemic needs like those identified by Ms. Carlin today, are those individual needs that are brought forward by the associate superintendents and included in our expansion budget.
Anyone else? No other questions, concerns?
Just say there was a lot of work put into the school years.
Thank you. With that being said, we will move on to item 4D, military magnet resolution.
We have to call for the question.
Oh, call for the question.
The motion is to advance the school renewal plan to the April 24th board meeting for consideration of the board. That's the motion we'll vote on.
Okay, I'll second.
I informally just did.
Yes, I second. Okay, this motion has been unanimously moved to the regular board meeting. Now we will move on to the military magnet resolution.
This could actually be placed on the consent agenda.
Consent, okay. We'll place it on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. The next item here is the district moving forward to the board for consideration, the military magnet resolution, to present this as a signed proclamation at the May 2023 board meeting. You'll note, if you had an opportunity to review the resolution in advance, that this marks the 25th year, the start of Military Magnet Academy. And very quickly, I don't want to insult you, but we'll just read over the charter renewal resolution. Whereas the Military Magnet Academy has successfully completed 25 years of preparing leaders for the 21st century and beyond. Whereas it has earned excellent ratings in the past and good in the most recent South Carolina Department of Ed, middle and high school grades. Whereas it's rated one of the highest performing Title I schools, demonstrating 96% graduation rate. Whereas the girls basketball team has won the South Carolina State Girls Basketball Championship 3 consecutive years, the only school in the state with that distinction. And whereas the Military Magnet has successfully grown the number of cadet scholars enrolled in AP and dual enrollment courses. And so the district moves forward this for your consideration to present it as a proclamation at the May 2023 board meeting. Do you have any questions about that?
I'd like to make the motion.
Second.
Okay, motion is unanimous. We will move this to the regular board meeting on April 24th. Let me see, if there's no other questions or anything, concerns, I will hand it back over to Audit and Finance Committee reports.
This should be brief, and we will have 2 action items to discuss, and I'll let the presentations, I would recommend. Since the first action item will deal with Head Start, COLA, and quality improvements, I'd let Ms. Foxworth do her presentation at the board meeting, and then we can take up on the action item. The second action item is, it's a small one for budget reallocation. Once again, that should be very quick unless we want to discuss possibly pushing it over onto the consent, but I just think it's such a quick item. We'll just leave it for the board. And the other 3 or 4 other 4 items are all informational items. So I would once again recommend just pushing them onto the board so we can just push them on to questions. With that, I end my report.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Grabowski. So now we will move on to item number 6, other business, starting with item A, proposed board meeting schedule for 2023, 2024.
So thank you, Ms. Wiley. So you have in your package, at least on board docs, the proposed schedule for board meetings, including the committee of the whole and regular board meetings for next year. And the calendar, proposed calendar for next year mirrors the calendar for this year. So a couple points on that. One, for the months of July, December, and April, the proposed calendar has 2 board meetings, just like today, on the same day, committee of the whole, and in the regular board meeting because of the holidays and spring break. Excuse me. The second point I would make is that this proposed calendar also, so for instance, today, we have 2 meetings, committee of the whole, board meeting, and we have 2 public comments, have a public comment session at each one. And so this proposed calendar for next year says that, proposes that we would only have 1. So we would not have public comment during the committee of the whole based on this calendar, but we would have it at the board meeting when the committee of the whole and the board meetings are held on the same day. What questions do you have?
Any discussion?
Yeah, I would love, to see if there's any way we can schedule, these double up meetings are insane in my mind. If there's a way to schedule a CAL separate from the board meeting, it just seems like it solved a lot of issues that us working folk have.
So the July and December ones are really tough. Due to the holidays. The one in April associated with the spring break, that is a possibility. The challenge for staff is that we have would have very little time coming back from a week off of spring break to get the agenda items together. So that's the rationale for April, and for July and August is simply the matter of what the calendar looks like.
Are we going to go in line?
Yeah, because, for example, I had an audit and agenda meeting yesterday, and I should have had it last week. So here I'm juggling 2 sets of issues and trying to keep everything straight. It just seems like this month, everything got totally discombobulated. So that's why I think we really need to see there's just a better way to look at the schedule so that we aren't putting CAL and the board meeting up against each other, because it has a direct effect on committee meetings. And as I see us leaning more towards going to committees, which I think will be a discussion for another day, but nevertheless, that's my problem with the scheduling.
Anything else, Mr. Grabowski?
No, finish.
Mr. Kelly?
I echo what was said, but for a slightly different reason, in that I heard from a number of constituents that wanted to come speak, but were unable because they're middle of the workday and they were unable to be part of it. So I think for the public engagement reason, we need to stick to our 5:15 start time, which is going to necessitate splitting the 2 meetings apart.
Ms. Waters?
My opinion on it is slightly different. I do think that there's an issue that we need to address in terms of public engagement, and I'll address that one. Secondly, I don't have an issue with having 2 in one day. I do believe that for the regular board meeting, we should honor the 5:15 start time, but I think that that can happen with scheduling and the timing of the meetings. Regarding one of the major issues that we seem to keep having is just the public feeling that, or the public not having adequate time to give input to whatever happens in the CAL before it goes to the general meeting. I would just like to propose that we address the policy and ask that in those 3 months, the items that are being taken up on the general meeting pertain to the CAL from the preceding month, and anything in the CAL that is occurring that day have to be advanced to the next month to give the public proper time to give input, so that we're not taking up an item immediately after it's been discussed. But I don't have an issue with the 3 times that we have meetings in the same day.
Ms. Bailey? Mr. Calhoun? I'm sorry, Ms. McKinney.
That's all right. I think it would behoove us, after we all make our comments, if maybe we ask this item to go forward to the next CAL meeting and ask staff to address the concerns we have about the calendar.
Mr. Calhoun?
Only thing I would echo everything Ms. Waters said, but we just need to ensure, say if we do move forward with some type of policy change to where we're looking at whatever's put on the CAL for those 3 months, going over to the next month, that the staff, the district, all of us make sure we're not putting anything that is time sensitive. So we have to be very conscious about what we're putting onto the agendas for April, because you know that it's going to come on the CAL in April, and it's not going to be able to come up to the board till May. You gotta make sure, like, we can't have anything that's time sensitive right now, like the school improvement, the renewal plans that would have to come in March. So it's everybody will have to be conscious of moving things back about a month. So I would love to see that happen, but let's just keep that in mind as well.
Ms. Robertson?
I have recommendations for the staff. I would like to see the July meeting be held on July 10th and 24th, the December meeting to be held on December 4th and 11th, and the April meeting to be held on April 15th and April 22nd.
Ms. Temple?
I like Ms. Waters' suggestion for the meetings. I don't mind that they're back to back, but I do like to know exactly what times we're going to meet, not just the week before, because I ran into scheduling problems today, and luckily everything turned out that I could make the meetings. But I think we need to be, if they're back to back, we need to be very specific about the times ahead of time, so that if we have medical appointments, we can make them, or work requirements, we know what we're working with.
Okay, then I guess my comment is gonna kind of pull from everything that I've heard everyone say. I kind of echo Mr. Grabowski. With doubled up meetings, that means I have 0 income today. The plus that I would say with what he's proposing, if we don't have doubled up meetings, it would at least give me the opportunity to garner some income rather than a total loss of revenue and completely closing my business down. But with what Ms. Waters was saying, I can try to plan accordingly. There's no way possible for me to recover financially if I shut down my business completely for one day, which I've had to do for today and the other meetings that we've doubled up on. And then with that said, with the motion on the floor that's being proposed, we actually have two different things now being proposed that I guess we need to take a vote on. Rather than going with the motion that's actually on the agenda. And so I'm going to defer to legal counsel. Do we have to stick with this motion as written, or we can make two different motions?
Yeah, no, that's just a recommended action.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can we go back though to what Ms. McKinney shared? We could allow staff to see what's possible, whether they can honor what.
That was the next thing I was going to suggest. The other possibility is going with what Ms. McKinney, should we revisit this then next month on May 8th, since it's not a pressing emergency that we have to decide today?
There should be no reason why we can't do that.
Okay, well, Ms. McKinney, would you like to make the motion? Unless, Mr. Grabowski, did you have something
Yeah,
else to
and
add?
I think that's the way to go, because next month we'll have a regular CAL meeting, then we'll have time in between, and then we'll have the board meeting. So I think it's a smart move.
Okay, would you like to make the motion?
Happy to. So I move that we ask staff to address the concerns about the calendar for meetings for next year and report back on the committee of the whole. Is it May 8th?
Second.
Okay, then we move to add that to the consent agenda. Okay, so then our next item is going to be item B, the BWP summary of community engagement input. Mr. Percy Mack.
His partner's on Zoom. Dr. Kastner's.
Oh, Dr. Kastner is joining us online.
Yes, he is. So good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Kennedy. Good afternoon to all of you, and we are here to present the community engagement findings for the school district, and I think all right. You can see that we are the superintendent search firm, and we are excited to give you the results of our days here in the school district. Thank you. The objectives. First, to build community understanding and support for the superintendent search process. That's very important. To ensure the broadest possible community participation in the search process takes place. To identify the experiences, qualities, and characteristics that the next superintendent should possess. And to identify the perceived strengths and challenges of Charleston County School District. The activities, 4-day community engagement, outreach for 13, for 18, for 19, and for 20. They involved meeting with school board members, school and community, county employees, students, parents, elected officials, constituent boards, community leaders, and 8 public forums. 228 shared responses to 3 questions, 21 emails. The online survey received 930 responses. We recorded responses from approximately 249 people who participated in meetings and sent emails. Look for themes and patterns that were uniquely relevant and insightful. And these prominent responses are listed in a report, and the following slides provide the highlights. So at this time, I'm going to bring in Dr. Kastner, and he's going to break down the different graphs that shows the support.
First, I'd like to comment that we had the opportunity to be in your district for 4 days. And as the board knows, they asked us to go from 2 days on site to 4. In the end, we spent over 110 hours, starting at 7 in the morning and getting done about 7:30 at night. But I think we accomplished the objective of the board to be out and about in your community. And this report is a transparent representation of what we heard in a quantitative way through the survey and a qualitative way through the feedback we heard from the community. And then the second part today will go in the action item where we will present as a leadership profile that is driven by what we learned. I'm going to start by going through the survey itself. If I could have the first slide, please. The first slide, as you can see, we were talking about significant strengths of the district. It stands out that teachers and staff have 50%. We had 930 responses. We had 71 students, and we had 10 responses from the Hispanic audience. So you can see that what stands out on the graph, number 1, excellent teachers. Number 2, educational options. And number 3, location, good facilities, of which we enjoyed in our tours. The students differed a bit. They put location in the district at 41% instead of 23. They added technology, and technology was 34% instead of 17. And they appreciated the educational option, and that was up to 41%. You're going to find when we get into the qualitative part, we will have statements in the appendices of things that support what, in essence, what we see in this quantitative data here. Next slide, please. Here we're talking about the issues that your district is facing, and we're asking people to respond to it. One of them is personnel. That stands out, number 1. We're going to go into that in a little bit more detail later, but and we're going to explain what we think we understand why this might be the top, and we'll do that later. Number 2, as you can see, is you can see 3 things. The curriculum, we have 37% for curriculum, growth, and funding. So you see the personnel, then you see the 3 things at 37%. So again, if you're talking about 1,000 people, you're talking probably about 350. I think these are some of the important issues. And the last one, I think it implies that the students and the community would like even additional educational options. Next slide, please. These next slides are talking about the qualities and characteristics that the community is interested in seeing in your next superintendent. You can see how communication skills stand out, 68%. When you look at that one, and then you look down and you see managerial skills, and then you also see interpersonal skills. It seems that the community appreciates you're a large organization. You're a large business, perhaps the largest in your area. And so this isn't all just about the instructional piece. It's also about the management piece that it stands out. It was interesting that the students thought the funding was 52%, and they looked at it just a bit differently. But what stands out here is a message on the importance of communication. And because you're a large school system, you can see that's an extra effort that has to be rolled out so that you can have the engagement through your entire community. Next slide, please. We're talking about important characteristics you'd like to see in the superintendent. You can see what stands out. Number one, integrity. So you're talking over 600 people would recognize the importance of integrity. You can see that followed up by commitment to the community. They want someone to come here, and they want them to stay here, and they want them to be visible in the community. You can see that the next area is good judgment. You can look at some of the other areas, visionary, team builder, and they aren't quite the same as the top three. As you're receiving this report today, and as we're going to go through it somewhat quickly, this now will be public record. It could be available on your website. And board members, as you have time to look at it in more detail in the next few days, there might be some different things that are going to affect what you're going to be looking for and the questions you might be asking potential candidates you choose to interview. Next slide, please. This slide runs a little bit messy, so I'm going to simplify it for you. What you're looking for is when people are talking about important and very important. And the biggest summary that comes out of this, 98% of the people feel experience in strategic planning is important or very important. Next, what people feel is important or very important, 95% talk about experience in instruction and actually experience as a classroom teacher. Your community values having someone with that type of expertise, someone that's had boots on the ground in the classroom, in the schools, and to the point that they are knowledgeable about instruction. The last one I would point out is that 90%, there's two things that come out, is a superintendent with a proven record of success and a superintendent that has experience in a district of a similar size. Close to this also is a superintendent with experience in a multicultural environment. So you can see these are the areas that you're looking for in the skill set to do the match and fit for your district, which might be different from other districts, but this is unique for your district. Next slide, please. The next slide actually shows participation. 92% live in Charleston. You can see that many have their children attending the schools. This isn't driven just by staff. The actual numbers, if we go to the next slide, are actually more not your teachers, not your administrators, but people on a day-to-day basis that live in your school system. At this point, this concludes my remarks on the quantitative data. And now we'll go into more detail on what we heard from the people we listened to in your community and recorded those results. Dr. Mack.
Next slide, please. What are the strengths of Charleston County School District? What are the greatest issues, concerns, and challenges? And what experiences, qualities, and characteristics will the next superintendent need to possess and to demonstrate? Next slide, please. The strengths of the school district. One, excellent quality teachers, principals, and staff. Two, supportive community. Three, support, well-funded. Great community, sense of community, and the location of the school district were strengths. Great diverse group of students. Educational options and programs. And forward-thinking and innovative instructional practices.
We'd like to point out that when we look at these, when you look in the appendices, you're going to see a breakdown of all the different groups that we met with and the stakeholders, and you're going to see all these responses came up multiple times.
That's how this group was selected, because you heard them over and over again. And as he said, it'd be broken down later in the report that you have. Challenges? All right. Addressing and meeting the needs of diverse group of students. One size does not fit all. Addressing the achievement gaps. Perception, unique constituent boards cause structural division in the district. Lack of cohesiveness in the district. Lack of unity of board members interferes with focus on students. And attracting, retaining, and placement of staff in personnel issues. In placement, the community spoke about the fact that in areas where the schools are in struggles, they don't get the teachers who have the experience. So those were the things that came out almost verbatim from the community, and we wanted to share those with you this afternoon. Again, you get the entire list because there were a lot more, but they didn't pop out over and over and over like this list.
At this point,
Go ahead.
we would like to know if the board members have any questions for us, because the next slide will be part of the action item when we were using the data we received in the report to drive and make it a data-driven leadership profile. And we'll discuss that as an action item, hopefully, because we need to get the board to agree to the profile so we can use it to vet the candidates since it closes on May 1. But does any board members have any questions for Percy or myself?
Let's open that up with Dr. Temple and then work our way this way.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Ms. Roberson, Mr. Cosmo, Ms. McKinney, Ms. Bailey, Ms. Waters, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Grabowski. I don't either. I think we're good to proceed forward.
Now,
This item will go in the action item, and we'll start that when we have when we're involved in the next meeting.
I do
Sorry,
have
you
one
had some
question.
Crosstalk there for a minute. Mr. Mack.
Okay.
Yes.
Dr. Mack, there was a little crosstalk. Were you both saying the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Temple?
Yeah, I was just trying to, when I looked at these two documents, differentiate between the two because it doesn't say one is the student and one is the others.
Yes, the one, I'm sorry, the one with 71 is other students.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Go forward. Yes.
Does that take care of it for now?
Is that good for everybody? Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
So are we ready to move on to item D? Mr. Kelly, since you are bringing this forward, I'm going to let you start this off.
Certainly. I dispatched a letter to the board last week on the 12th, explaining about a half a dozen or so FOIA policy and Robert's Rules violations that took place when I was intentionally excluded from the executive session that took place on the 4th of April. Each one of those items I expressed or explained rather in pretty specific detail. The biggest of one that I think is important to call out is that the motion to go into executive session was made to engage with legal counsel. And then although I wasn't present, I was excluded from that meeting. The legal counsel was then dismissed from the room. And discussions about alleged activities that I was supposedly took part in were discussed without me present, which very clearly is a violation of due process as well as FOIA policy or FOIA law rather in the state. So in keeping with our tradition of undoing FOIA violations, I brought this policy forward to rescind action that was taken during that executive session.
So let's start the discussion. I'll start with Mr. Grabowski this time.
I'll pass.
Waters.
I just have one question. The comment that legal counsel was, what did you say asked to leave?
Dismissed.
I don't recall anyone dismissing legal counsel. Can you, and this happened 4 weeks or several weeks ago. So can somebody provide some context to that? Because I don't remember asking anyone to leave the meeting or anyone being asked.
Well, I can state that the legal counsel was not in the room when we were talking about the policies that were in violation. She was not in there. So I can attest.
I need clarification real quick before we move forward. Since I was out of the country, I wasn't there. Ms. Baylor, were you the presiding counsel or was it Beth? You were?
I
On
came
April
into the
4th.
meeting and gave some legal advice and then
Okay.
So the legal advice was received.
Right.
And then, okay. So that's the only question I have. In terms of the other pieces, I'll pass to.
Ms. Bailey?
Again, I state that when we were discussing Mr. Kelly, legal counsel had already left the room.
Ms. McKinney?
Right, so I don't know how much I can say as to what happened in executive session. Do I just answer the questions? About your presence. So do I answer the question? I know we're not supposed to say what happened, right? So this session did begin with legal counsel because we had a question about legality and lawsuits. And so it did begin with legal advice so that we would know how to proceed for the rest of the executive session.
Mr. Calhoun?
Yes, I just want to, did you receive notice of the meeting?
Beg your pardon, sir?
Did you receive notice of the meeting?
I believe I did.
So how were you excluded from the meeting?
The meeting was, so I'm happy to walk through it. I'm doing my best here not to call anyone out specifically. There was engagement with the chair when on Monday, the agenda was set with a single item of approving the $250,000 contracts I let the chair know at that point that I wasn't going to be able to attend and double checked out of courtesy that there was going to in fact be a quorum. I thought that Dr. Temple was going to be out of the country on her vacation already. I knew that Ms. Watley was out of the country, so I was concerned that there was potential for a lack of a quorum. So before I committed to what I was asked to commit to for the following Tuesday, I checked with the chair and said, hey, do you have a quorum? And I was instructed, or I was informed by Ms. McKinney that there was a single item on the agenda, and it was just the $250,000 contracts. And the quote was, you can keep your plans for Tuesday, we have a quorum. After that, the additional items were added once there was confirmation from Ms. McKinney that I wasn't going to be present, because after that, I had committed to not being, or I had committed to the other item for that Tuesday.
Mhm. So you did see the agenda when it came out?
Yes, it had a single item on it. That's right.
And then when was the agenda change?
About 2 or 3 hours after I committed or confirmed with Ms. McKinney that I wasn't going to be present.
So are you saying we need to always make sure your schedule is accommodated for the meetings?
Mr. Calhoun, that's not what I said.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Since Ms. McKinney was directly addressed by name, Ms. McKinney, I'll give you an opportunity to weigh in.
Thank you. Yes, and again, trying to be careful so that I don't say the wrong things. At the time you and I spoke, there was only one agenda item. You are correct. Later in the week, when another agenda item was added, I did let you know about that, like everyone else learned at the same time about an agenda item being added. Earlier in the week, you said to me, if you do not have a quorum, perhaps I could change the schedule of the flight to take Mr. Wilson to Hilton Head for a fundraiser, or I could Zoom in. I did not know that that circumstance had changed when that other item was added. I did not add the item because you weren't going to be there, because I didn't know you were not going to be there.
So, Mr. Kelly, since she's addressing you, I'll give you the opportunity to weigh in before we move to the next member.
Madam Chair, I didn't make accusations about your motive. I simply stated the facts, and I'm happy to share with the board the screenshots that I took at the time that show the timeline as well.
Okay, Ms. Roberson.
Ms. Paylor, the background information reference email sent to the board April 12th. The public doesn't know about what we're talking about. Are we in violation of anything? The public doesn't know what we are talking about in the email.
Right
that- Yeah.
Right, but they don't know about this. So can we?
So should we
even
read it out
discuss
loud?
it?
And the other thing, I just out of curiosity, it seems like we're getting into a legal issue on a FOIA issue based upon facts. And I understand, I agree with Mr. Robertson, that this wasn't made public to the public. So I just wonder if this shouldn't have been handled in executive session.
Mr. Grabowski, if let's keep with the order and stay in order, and then I'll come back to you. Ms. Roberson, you still have the floor.
I was waiting for.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What was the
In
question?
in the background of this agenda item is reference an email to the board, April 12th. The public has no idea what we are talking about. So are we in violation for not letting the public know what this email is about?
Well, it's a public record, and apparently it was released today in a FOIA request. Thank you, Ms.
Not 24 hours.
Anything else, Ms. Roberson? Ms. Temple, Dr.
I
Temple?
just find this strange that we're discussing this issue when we haven't approved the minutes of April the 4th. It seems to me that this is an executive session item. I don't understand why it's a FOIA item. And also, I did a little research on this item. It references section 91680B and 91632D. And these two items are in the South Carolina retirement system. They're investment meetings in executive sessions. So I don't see how those two references in this item relate to us as a board.
Mr. Kelly, would you like to respond?
I'm not sure what she's referring to. So
I'm not sure what you're, I'm not sure what you're referring to either.
Well, it's in the,
We're on item 6D.
item D, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so where, let's see where that one.
I was thinking.
Oh, I'm in E. Okay, I apologize.
You getting ahead?
Sorry, yeah, I'm ahead of my.
Did you have anything to say
No,
regarding
just-
item D?
I already said what I wanted to say.
I have a number of concerns regarding the way the meeting was done. But I don't want to get ahead of Mr. Kelly either. We've discussed my concerns. One of the, I mean, no formal charges were brought against Mr. Kelly, but action was taken against him for a second time regarding the same issue. So civil rights come to my mind, the lack of due process, the lack of presentation of evidence, accusations made against him from one person, in spite of a room full of other people denying that that was ever said. Other civil rights issues, let's see, the due process, double jeopardy, his right to a hearing, a trial, just to name a few things. I even spoke with an attorney to ask if as elected officials, do our civil rights still come into play? I mean, there's 3 of us on this diocese that have sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution. 2 of us have had actual legal training as agents of the government to not infringe on the civil rights of the citizens of America. So are you wanting me to drop that? Because
Points taken.
Miss Waters?
I have 3 questions. Well, two statements, I think, and a question. One, can we clarify in this motion what we are trying to advance? Because it's not clear. What exactly are you asking us to do?
The motion is to rescind the actions that were taken in violation of FOIA on the 4th of April.
Gotcha.
Just on that basis.
That's what the motion is.
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you just get really crystal clear on the FOIA violation? Is it that we went into executive session on a legal matter and then can you just clarify that? Because we're in a lot of.
Nope, understood. There's a number of them, or there's a few of them at least. The executives, so the FOIA law requires that any executive session, the subject matter being discussed be part of the public proceedings. Obviously, apparently, again, I wasn't there, so apparently some legal advice was also given. So based on the FOIA, that's where the executive session stops. There's also, there's subsection, I believe it's 100, I'd have to go back and look, requires any punitive action to allow for a proper trial, as well as calling of witnesses, the defense, et cetera, all the things that we're used to as American citizens. That's what Ms. Watley was referring to.
You actually just reminded me, I knew there was one more thing off the top of my head I was forgetting to state, and that was the right to representation under the Constitution.
Just trying to keep this really clear. So again, your issue is the FOIA issue, and the concern is that you were not in the room.
That's not what I said. There was punitive action taken
Mhm.
without proper process.
Mhm. Okay, so I'm gonna make these two statements. One, perhaps I need an education in what we're required to do as a board, because I didn't realize that due process was that we had any requirement to honor due process. We're not a.
Happy if you want to go into executive session
Sure.
to give my legal opinion.
The other, okay, and the other thing that I would just remind the board, because I don't know where we stand on that, didn't know, never signed, that I had to give due process. I think as a board, we make judgment calls based on what is before us, based on community input, and that the board can take any action that it deems necessary, and that the actions did follow in the line of what our process, what our policies tell us that we can do. And so I'm just not quite sure that there's a true violation in the censoring or in the removal. If you had been arrested or something, I think it would be a little different, but this was a board action based on our board policy. So I'm just very confused at how much rope we have here with some of these legal terms. It just doesn't seem to apply.
I'm not sure what rope you're referring to. I can help you out. Robert's Rules of Order is very clear about this. Actually, our policies explicitly state that Robert's Rules of Order apply wherever our policies are silent. Our policy, as we have already discussed, allows for removal of a member. It does not prescribe how that happens. Robert's Rules does.
But you haven't been removed. Our policies.
I was removed by
leadership.
I was
from
removed-
leadership.
Correct, which is talked about. I'm happy to cite it. It's 50-14 in Robert's Rules. It's 56.
What I'm saying is-
and 62-16.
But we didn't need that because our policy says you can be removed from leadership. You said Robert's rules come in where the policy falls short, but the policy is prescriptive.
And how does our policy say that someone gets removed from leadership?
Well, it's a process that if there's an issue, there's a violation, that we discuss it. We have a conversation with the person first. That second, we consider, since I think we had a reared order, is fourth. So either way, we went down the line.
And how is that executed?
Do you want to, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm.
But the policy is silent on it. The policy is silent on how that's executed. And therefore, by policy, Robert's Rules takes over.
So I think that we need to go clearly into executive session to talk about the rest of this. But go ahead, Mr. Calhoun.
Are you talking about within Robert rules where you try to get a trial? Because that takes you to getting removed. We can't remove you. They removed you from leadership. Now we had the process where we had the four things. You get talked to first by the chair. You go be talked to by within everyone on the board. Next one is the actual leadership, and the last one is the censorship. We followed that process. What part are we missing within that process?
So it's the exercise I just went through with Ms. Waters. The how. It's not the what, it's the how. And our policies are silent on the how. And Robert's Rules
to you?
Pardon me, sir?
How do we talk to you?
No, the removal from leadership or positions. And Robert's Rules 5629 as well as 5014 speak to how to remove someone from leadership. And it references 6216, which is how to remove someone from an officer. And that explicitly says the only way to do it is through an informal trial with charges brought.
Can we take a vote to go into executive session for legal advice?
Still on his time. He still has the floor.
Honestly, I wouldn't even feel like going into executive session. I think we should just go ahead and call this vote because we're talking in circles at this point. I think we should just go for a vote.
So this is a statement that I wrote and I stand by. The reference to Robert's rules is out of order, as Ms. Waters referenced, and Mr. Calhoun, because our policies override Robert's rules. Robert's rules only apply if there's no policy that governs the action. Our policy BCC covered the actions, and we used that to address violations from policy BCA.
I just want to speak, Madam Chair. I didn't give you the floor.
I'm sorry.
So you're out of order. Mr. Kelly, would you like to weigh in?
I would, Madam Chair, I'd welcome an explanation as to what BCC says about how a member is removed from leadership. I have a copy of it if you need it.
While they're looking, I just have to reiterate, action was taken based on the accusation of one person that whipped a crowd into a frenzy.
Madam Chair, can I reclaim the balance of my time to address that?
She'll concede.
So that keeps being said. And the issue that I take with that is that there was actually a written statement released by Mr. Kelly. And although the words weren't exact, they were rearranged, the statement had equal impact. And so again, we as an elected body have to take seriously situations such as this. It is not just hearsay. Nobody whipped anyone into a frenzy. In fact, this body took an action on it a week prior that was actually pretty light based on those types of comments. And then what followed was a written statement from Mr. Kelly that again rephrased, but did not completely take out the language that was inflammatory, that was quite frankly inappropriate. And that is why the issue got taken back up, not because of a frenzy, but because there was a response and we continued to deal with the issue.
And so that actually goes back to another of the points that I made was the double jeopardy issue. You said we did take action and then you brought it back up to take action against him again. That's double jeopardy.
We didn't take it. Go ahead.
No, so there's a 4-step process. On March the 27th, I reported I had taken step 1 by speaking with Mr. Kelly. And then the board spoke with Mr. Kelly on March 27th.
Right,
So-
we were all in that meeting.
Correct,
Mhm.
correct,
And we came to a consensus.
correct.
And that wasn't even an action because that was not in the policy. What we did was actually an appeasement. What we did when we came out by creating the committee was not listed in the recommended actions that we would take.
Right, that
That
was
was
a
an
consensus.
appeasement, but it was an appeasement. It was not an action. So there is no double jeopardy in this instance.
It was an action. Mr. Kelly?
There was no action taken because it would have been improper without a trial on the 27th.
Well, we took action. It just was improper action. Improperly conducted.
Actually, what happened is there was an impromptu statement made by the board chair and that there was intent to create a policy at some, or an ad hoc committee at some future date.
Which is not punitive to anyone, actually.
Correct.
I think we are treading on dangerous ground here. We're talking about discussions that were in executive session. I understand Mr. Kelly's concern regarding not being present. And this is maybe one of the problems with the policy in that we did make a ruling and we weren't allowed to basically state what our ruling was to the open public in support of why we voted. Because I disagree with a lot of what has been stated as to why some of the decisions may or may not have been made. And you cannot talk about it because it was an executive session. This is a FOIA issue. So now we have grounds for the FOIA. It's been discussed, but until we have a legal opinion on this, I feel very uncomfortable about voting on this motion.
Ms. Paylor, would you like to weigh in?
In executive session.
Okay, so Ms. Temple, you're the last one to have time. Would you be willing to concede your time for us to go into executive session?
Yes, well. I'm concerned we still have items on the agenda and we're trying to get to a meeting at 5:15. This seems like an unnecessary item on the agenda anyway to me.
Well, in all fairness to Mr. Kelly, if you were in the same situation, you would want to be heard.
I'll concede.
Okay. So, Mr. Kelly, it's your motion on the floor.
I've made no motion. In compliance with FOIA law, I'm perfectly content to have this conversation in open session. And FOIA law permits that as the accused person. However, again, there's been no formal charges, so I leave that discretion to Ms. Paylor.
I'm only giving a legal opinion. That's all I'm giving on the FOIA and your claim, the Roberts rules, that type of thing. So no, I'm not a part of the discussion about this. I'm only a part of trying to say legally whether I agree with you or not.
Ms. Watley, but I think the issue is the board can't get advice from Ms. Paler unless we go into legal,
I
into
understand
executive
that.
session.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that. Mr. Kelly, how would you like us, what would you like to do since you brought this forward?
I would like to make a motion to move this to the Board of Trustees meeting.
Okay, we'll take a vote on that.
I believe you need a second.
I'll
And would
second
you
it.
clarify what this is?
Item 6D.
The motion is to move item 6D to the regular scheduled board meeting. Can't see that. 2 nays. So the motion carries.
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's already on the board meeting agenda.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will move to item 6E, which again, Mr. Kelly, you've brought forward, so I'll allow you to elaborate.
So although I wasn't part of the executive session, I was told third hand, that one of the potential accusations that was made against me was violating privacy. And I stated at the time and stand by the fact that any email sent to an official is public record. And although that was disagreed with by some of the board members, I believe that we need a legal opinion as to whether or not an email sent to the Board of Trustees sans personal information as is carved out in law. There seems to be confusion, and so I think we need some clarity. A quick point of reference, or clarity rather, there is a typo in the background. It should be, rather than the 12 being parenthetical, it should be an A.
A2.
A is the entire subsection, which would include A2.
Is there,
This is true. Do we need to vote?
do we need to take, are you making a motion for us to vote on this?
To add it to the agenda item, because the CAL can't direct anyone to take action, so.
Is it
yes.
already on the regular board meeting agenda?
It is.
It is? Okay.
That shouldn't have been that, I suppose, but okay. I mean, board meeting agendas are set by CAL, so.
Because they suggested. Yeah.
Okay. Then we will move on to item 6F, determine agenda items moving to potential consent.
Ms. Watley.
Yes, ma'am.
We
Or
need
yes,
to
sir.
vote on that as an action item, please.
Oh, so we do need to take a vote on that. Okay. Second. Dr. DePaul. Did you vote?
Oh.
Three nays, the motion carries. Ms. Trudy, are you okay with us moving forward now? Okay, so on to item 6F. The consent agenda items.
Six A's gonna be, we're gonna look at that.
Yeah, 6A. Well, I think we changed the motion on 6A.
Let's do 4C and 4D.
Would you mind reading over the way that we ended up voting on 6A? I think that's what's in question.
6A is the motion to ask staff to address the concerns for the proposed calendar to be reviewed at the May 8th, 2023 Cal meeting.
Right, so that would be fine to be on consent.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Do you need a second on that?
Made the motion, Ms. Watley.
Yes, ma'am.
Who seconded it?
Yes, ma'am. Second?
Someone?
Ms.
I'll second.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Grabowski.
All right, the motion carries. So with that, closing items 7. Item A, upcoming meetings. We've got the May 8th Committee of the Whole, and then is it May 21st? The regular board meeting?
Just committee of the whole meetings, June 12th, that's all you need to say, the committee of.
We have a committee of the whole.
May
on the 8th.
22nd.
And May 22nd will be the regular scheduled board meeting. And then item 7, motion to adjourn.
I so move.
Second. All in favor, we can all stand. We don't have to be formal with that.
Do you want to announce, we'll have a 15-minute.
15-minute recess. We'll have a 15-minute recess and then we'll reconvene in the regularly scheduled board meeting.
5. 15 minutes. Okay.
We will call to order the April 24th Board of Trustees regular meeting. Adoption of agenda and approval of consent agenda is first on. I would like to point out that there's a simple typo in recommended action where the agenda item is listed as 12A corporal punishment. That was from the previous month. The computer did not cooperate with us, and it should be item 12D GCLE of unencumbered time for the second reading. And so is there a motion to adopt the agenda and approve the consent agenda items?
I move.
Ms. Watley moves. Is there a second?
I second.
Ms. Bailey seconds. Discussion?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it would be improper to keep section items 10A and 10B on the agenda as they're improperly noted. There's only one originator on the agenda items per policy. BDE 2 are required. Secondly, it's under the policy section, and the chair can't add items to the policy section unilaterally.
There were 4 signatures. They just were not all printed on the agenda item. Would you agree to those going to other business?
That would seem more appropriate. And who were the other originators of those items?
For the creation of the ad hoc committee, Pam McKinney, Darren Calhoun, Carol Temple, and Keith Grabowski. An appointment to the ad hoc committee that was a follow-up.
Thank you.
Any other agenda items?
I don't think your mic is on.
So we will move 10A and 10B to other business.
Do I need to withdraw my motion to approve the agenda items?
You can accept.
We will vote on the amendments to the agenda item first. So you
But I have a
don't,
motion pending.
but in the amendment, you
Okay.
vote on the amendment first and then.
Okay.
Okay. So there's been, Mr. Kelly moved to amend. Is that correct? And is there a second?
That's what I'm saying. I have made the motion to adopt the agenda.
If you'd
As
like,
it
Ms.
was.
Watley, you can accept the amendments as the
Okay, I
originator.
accept that.
Okay, then I'll second your motion, Ms. Watley.
All right.
Prior to doing that, well, we still have 11C on here, and that did not move forward from the cow.
The, so the,
11C did not move forward from the cow.
right. So the agenda was printed prior to the, are you good now?
Well, I still see it on the computer. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
That's fine.
Can someone tell me where we are?
11C, that did not, Health Advisory Committee bylaws update, that did not move forward from the cow.
It needs to be removed. So can that be part of the motion to amend the agenda? 10A and 10B to other business. and
Correct.
Remove item 11C.
Correct.
Start. Okay.
Mr. Kelly, since you made the motion, okay. I seconded.
Does this need to read and approve the consent agenda?
We were voting on the amendment first.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you. And the motion passes. Now, is there a motion to accept the agenda as corrected?
I move that we adopt the agenda as amended.
Okay. Is there a second?
A second.
Ms. Bailey seconds. Discussion and the consent agenda. A motion to,
I'll change my wording. The motion to adopt the agenda as amended to include the items for the consent agenda. While we're waiting on the tally, I have a question for Ms. Denny. The public comments for the board meeting. They're in the folders.
the motion passes. The next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes for March the 27th, 2023 board meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Motion by Mr. Calhoun, second by Dr. Temple. Any corrections? And the motion passes. Item D, approval of minutes for April 4th, 2023 special called board meeting. Is there a motion?
So move.
Mr. Calhoun moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Roberson.
I do have a
Any
question if I may. Actually, it's for Ms. Paler. Is it appropriate, would it be most appropriate for a member who wasn't present at this meeting to abstain from such a vote on the minutes? Okay, that's right. Thank you. Right, thank you.
next item on our agenda is a moment of silence, and that will be followed by.
Stand, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item on the agenda, is the appointment and approval of an audit and finance committee member. Our policy states that at a minimum, there are 2 board members for the audit and finance committee. So would like approval of appointing Darren Calhoun to join the audit and finance committee.
Second.
Mrs. McKinney, pardon me. Your mic isn't working for some reason. Mine wasn't working earlier.
Oh, it's green now.
Okay.
Maybe it
Yes,
didn't
ma'am.
like the power cord touching.
That's okay. My apologies for interrupting.
Yes, I knew I sounded very soft. So I'm sorry, Dr. Temple moved and Ms. Roberson seconded.
I have a question. So does this mean that we're going to have 3 board members now on the audit and finance? Mr. Grabowski, Mr. Kelly, and Mr. Calhoun, if Calhoun is approved?
Well, it says a minimum of 2 board members on
Right.
audit and finance.
That's not what I'm questioning. I'm just asking, will that mean then we have 3?
No, it will not.
So then we'll only have 2 members of the board, Mr. Grabowski, and if Mr. Calhoun's approved, then I object because Mr. Kelly had action taken against him improperly based on many violations.
Am I reading this wrong? Because why can't you have 3?
You can.
Oh, you can't.
She's upholding the action taken against Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, Ms. Watley, you could vote against it when we
Right.
vote.
I understand.
And
but
actually, any
I'm letting my
board
objection
member
be heard.
can attend.
I understand.
Okay. So any other discussion? Then we'll call for the vote. And the motion passes. If we could move the screen a little bit so we could read the left side up here or not.
I think unfortunately that is the way that the projector is.
Oh, okay. All right.
I can try to minimize.
That's-
let's see what I can do here.
That did it.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the motion passes.
Now you know the problem I was having.
I do. My sympathies. All right. So we are on to section 3 with the public comments. We would like to remind everyone that a suitable time will be displayed and that no speakers are to discuss issues, not individuals. Issues addressed should reflect business that is before the board and or is relevant to the district.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. As I call your name forward, please line up behind the podium. And please be respectful of the time given for your public comments. We thank you in advance. Ms. Jamie Messner, Renee Forsberg, Reverend Nelson Rivers III, Joy Brown, and Morgan Corner.
Good to go. Hi, I'm Jamie Meissner. I am a parent with 3 children in our neighborhood schools. Thank you very much for the service that you provide our community. I'm here to advocate for increased teacher pay as soon as possible. May 10th is the deadline to sign contracts, and that is in 16 days. Columbia will offer a number, and it will be the same for all districts in the state. This alone will not get us to 58,000. What is the plan for CCSD? Why have we heard nothing? The teachers are waiting. To all the educators and the staff that got us through the pandemic and post-pandemic, thank you. And I'm beyond sorry that paying you a livable wage continues to be very last on the agenda. You deserve so much better. For anyone that works with educators or shares space with them, please consider your choices wisely right now. If your plan for the 30 minutes of unencumbered time next school year is to ask teachers to take it at 6:45 a.m. to 7:15 a.m., please check yourself. There is nothing in that plan that is thoughtful or understanding of teachers' needs. Showing them respect shouldn't be so hard. Please make teacher pay a priority and treat teachers like the heroes they are. Improving teacher pay will be the most important change we make in this district. By continuing to ignore this need, we are risking the success of our scholars. Remember, you can add or take away curriculums, you can build schools, you can look over data and make judgments any way that you want, but you are nothing without teachers. Thank you so much for your time.
My name is Rainey Forsberg, and I was a teacher in Charleston County Schools for 28 years, and I am appalled at what's going on right now. After the large numbers of examples showing inappropriate content in the EL curriculum, it is common sense that even if half of the parents and educators in Charleston County School District are unhappy or dissatisfied with the content, why would you decide to keep it? We're supposed to be working for and towards improving the education of all of our students. And when you listen to a select group of people talking about one book and how it transformed their educational results, it's not looking out for the needs of all of our children. On a second note, regardless of how you interpret board policy, no disciplinary action should have been taken without all of the facts being known about this situation with Mr. Kelly. In America, innocence until proven guilty is the norm.
I'm sorry, but we can't discuss individuals per board policy for public comment.
Okay, well, then I'll just say no one should ever be taken advantage of in their absence, and you acted without knowing all of the facts. You listened to one person who stirred up a group of people, and you did not listen to the other side. I was at that meeting where that individual was accused of doing something, saying something inappropriate, and it did not happen. It was not that way. And we have many people, many witnesses who can countermand what that person who stood up at this podium and I don't want to say lied, but gave inaccurate information. She also said, I don't have that on record, but everything else she supposedly recorded. Please take that into mind when you consider this. Thank you.
I'm Reverend Nelson B. Rivers III, pastor of Charity Missionary Baptist Church. I've been identified before. Certain I'll be identified again. It's a word of caution that when you speak of the committee of the whole and you call it a cow, I'm from down in the country and you might confuse a lot of us about what that means. Now, I want to challenge you on the report I heard from the firm that you selected. And those numbers are deplorable. Should be a caution for you. That cannot be received as a cross-section of our community
or general input from our community. And there's a reason for that. It's because you set May 1st as the date, as I said in the first meeting of the COW, that you cannot be serious unless you already decided who the superintendent is going to be. You cannot have a credible search for a superintendent in that amount of time, unless some of you have concluded or colluded that you know who the superintendent is going to be. I challenge you on that. I ask that you extend the date, that you also consider what you already have on board in this district. But for us to believe, I've talked to no one in here who had a chance to give any input into what you did, nor were they included in what you've done. I think that alone or should challenge you for the credibility of this. Now, let me go to what I had written down. The CCSD mission and vision statement say thus: the mission statement is to educate and support every child in achieving college, career, and citizenship readiness. I love that citizenship readiness part. Then it says in the vision, CCSD is a premier school system in which every child is supported in and out of school, every child succeeds academically, every child graduates from high school, prepared for employment in the modern workforce of credential completion or post-secondary degree. And this is what I love. And every student, teacher, principal, and staff member is valued and respected with the opportunity to learn every day. I don't believe that all of you respect or even consider all of the students. I believe much of what I've heard, even by organizations that pay for some of you to get elected, is about some children. It's about their children. It's about children who look a certain way, act a certain way. That's not what your vision says. Your vision says it's for all children. Many of you are playing from an old playbook. This playbook goes back over 200 years. In South Carolina, over 100 years. I also play from an old playbook, but that playbook says in Micah 6:8, I'm to do justice, love mercy, walk humbly with my God. It says in Matthew 23:23, above everything else, Jesus said was justice, mercy, and righteousness. Much of what you do is not just.
Thank you, Reverend Nelson. We appreciate your public comment. Thank you.
You talk about EL and folk get up and quote things like woke. Woke is what Jesus was, because Jesus was not asleep, he was awake. Wake is the opposite of sleep. The reason we say woke is not so you can use it as a way to get folk riled up, is to say that you're considerate, that you think about diversity and inclusion, and you respect everyone. Jesus was woke, but you want us to be asleep. We ain't going to sleep, we were sleeping too long. My goal is to wake everybody up. In the words of Frankie Beverly, and the words of Harold Melvin and Blue Notes, it's time for y'all to wake up. Because the
Thank
game
you,
you're playing,
sir.
we see it, we keep your whole card.
Thank
It's an
you.
old playbook. I got a better playbook, and I know how to use this book better than most of you know how to use your book. We are not going out like that. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. I ain't talking loud and saying nothing. I'm talking loud so I can be heard, because you're about to cut me off. Call the security if you want.
Thank
But
you,
I am
sir.
security.
We
My job is
appreciate
to
you.
protect Black
Thank
children
you,
in
sir.
this community. I'm doing my job. I'm
Yes,
doing
sir.
every chance I get.
God
I
bless.
want you to know that I am woke because I don't want to be asleep.
Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Morgan Kerner. I'm a CCSD parent. My daughter is in elementary school, and I'm here today to express my outrage that my daughter's teacher has been placed on leave for weeks for the sole reason that he informed his classes that he was changing his pronouns from she, her to he, him. This punitive action, which happened around March 9th, is a clear case of gender-based discrimination, and the suggested GGBE policy changes from March 13th are an attempt to reverse engineer a policy to justify that discrimination. Allegedly, the investigation of my child's teacher and the subsequent policy change draft come from a desire to protect children. Yet they've done quite the opposite for my child. On a practical level, in terms of her learning, she's gone without the expertise of her teacher for 6 weeks now. And on a larger moral level, she's been exposed to a terrifying firsthand example of retribution and discrimination against a transgender teacher, and the utter failure of her school district, her school board, her school administration, and the parents of her school to protect that teacher. What I want to know is, what are you as a board going to do moving forward to protect transgender teachers in our district from the discriminatory machinations of a select group of parents, and board members? In addition, I would add, and to comment on the first speaker who was talking about teacher salary, which is so important, this is an intimately connected issue. This teacher welfare is also critical, and we have to have a safe space for all of our teachers in this district. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is Ms. Joy Brown here? No. M. Harper, Tara Woods, and Beverly Gadsden Birch.
Okay, hi. My name is Michaela Harper. I'm going to stand on my tiptoes because I'm short. I'm a licensed professional counselor with a master's in psychology, and I hold credentials. Oh, thank you. As a certified autism specialist, supervisor candidate, and I am certified in parent-child interaction therapy. I'm here as a self-appointed representative of the mental health community to express opposition to recently proposed policy that would restrict the discussion of sexuality and gender in schools. Personally, I have a lot to say on this topic, but I'm going to use my limited time to share some quotes from some more senior members of my field. So Dr. Frank Worrell, the American Psychological Association president, is quoted to say in regards to other similar legislation that has been more public in the media. Prohibiting classroom discussion on these topics sends the message that identifying as LGBTQ is inherently wrong, stigmatizing and marginalizing children who may realize their difference at a young age. Psychological research has shown that increased social isolation, and stigma can lead to depression, anxiety, self-harm, and even suicide. In a statement published by the American Academy of Pediatric Their Voices blog, Dr. Teresita Velez said, stigma within schools and communities is the leading trigger for LGBTQIA+ victimization. Research has repeatedly shown that LGBTQIA+ children who are supported in schools through gay-straight alliances or have access to physicians who can comfortably discuss gender and sexuality are much less likely to experience distress. I'm going to read one more from Dr. Warren Yang. I know I'm saying that wrong. NG, president of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. He says, as child and adolescent psychiatrists, we are the physician experts and advocates for children's mental health and will continue to support our LGBTQ youth and condemn all harmful legislation and actions. Having a safe learning environment that supports healthy development is not a privilege, but a right for all youth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tara Wood. I'm a parent with a child in middle school. As a general practice, no disciplinary action should be taken until all facts are known. Policy BCC has 4 potential actions. Policy BCC could not be considered until all facts were known. Step 1, conversation in a private setting between the member considered to be in violation and the board chair or other individual member. Again, all facts were not known. Step 2, discussion in a private session between the member considered to be in violation and the full board. Again, all facts were not known. On March 27th, the accusation was made at the board meeting during public comments. All facts were not known on March 27th when you discussed this issue in executive session. So you did violate policy BCC. You did not allow the accused board member to be there on April 4th in order to follow policy BCC. And there was no community input. You listened to one activist. Why didn't you interview the people from that meeting, which includes several elected officials and appointed commissioners? Some are our state treasurer, Curtis Loftus, House Representative Matt Lieber. There were a lot of House representatives there. Mike Lowry, constituent school board member, Wendy Damron, she's the CEO and president of Palmetto Promise Institute, and several, we had almost 100 members at that meeting, and yet no one was interviewed. So all the facts were not known. So I just wanted to make that clear. And I will state again that if anyone had said anything threatening at our meeting, I would have shut it down. I would have stopped the meeting. It is not allowed. We have a code of conduct, and all of our members must agree to this code of conduct in order to join our chapter. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Beverly Gaston Birch. Someone must have been listening in on my presentation for the night, because you covered just about everything during your COW meeting. But one thing, the visitor session, I think you need to take a look at that again, because you do not give the public ample time to express themselves on issues. And as stakeholders, I think we deserve more. The second issue is the EL program. How long are we going to discuss the EL program? You spent millions of dollars implementing the ELA program, and I think we should just move on from that. We're beating a dead horse. You have until April 30th to submit that to the State Department, and I hope you include the ELA program. The third issue is the superintendent search. I don't know what the rush is about the superintendent search because I've heard the presentation and no one in none of the groups that I participate in have been interviewed. So I don't know where you're getting these numbers, what the rush is about. I haven't seen anyone in our community, in our circle, getting information about the superintendent search. So I would like for the board to consider, when you first made the decision about May, it was wrong. It is wrong still. You need to take time because this district have had all kinds of problems, and you do not need to rush to judgment to get a superintendent. Come back out into the community and hear what the stakeholders have to say. We've heard what you had to say. Now listen to your stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's see, on to public comments, written comments. There were 2 board member conduct comments, 4 appropriate book comments, and 1 miscellaneous and 2 EL comments for a total of 9 comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. We will move on to item 4A. Is there a motion to convene into executive session?
I so move.
Ms. Bailey moves. Is there a
Ms.
second? Ms. Watley. Thank you. I'm looking the wrong way. Is there a second? Mr. Kelly seconds. Any discussion? We will vote. While the votes are being counted, I know you can see from the agenda posted online for the public and on our screen that this will be lengthy. So if you'd like to go get supper, and the motion passes. in open session to conduct the regular business.
I so move.
Ms. Watley moves.
Second.
Mr. Calhoun seconds. Any discussion? And the motion passes. The next item, 7A, is listed as annual renewal of contracts. We have given that, do you have that? This will be divided into two different motions.
First motion is to approve the renewal of all school-based certified employees eligible.
That is the motion on the floor. Does someone move for that motion to come to the floor?
I move. I so move.
Dr. Carol Temple moves and Mr. Calhoun seconds. Is there any further discussion on this? We're ready for the vote then. Is there any way we can move Dr. Percy back up? Let's finish this section and then I'll do that. Motion to approve renewal of all school-based certified employees eligible for renewal. If you will cast your vote.
She's waiting for the second motion.
No, you need to vote.
Oh, sorry. I was- And the motion passes. Would you kindly read to us the wording of our second motion?
Motion to approve the issuance of teaching contracts to all non-school-based certified administrators based on contractual obligations. Can I have a motion?
I so move.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Grabowski seconds. Are you waiting on someone's vote? And the motion does not pass.
It passes.
It
That's
passes.
4 yeah.
It passes because of the abstention, only one nay.
That's a pass.
It passes if there's an abstention.
A pass requires a majority. There's no majority to pass.
Right.
That's a majority.
So that's a failure. The motion fails.
Right, that's what I said. It does.
Yeah,
not
no, I'm
pass.
agreeing with you. Correct.
Oh.
It does not pass. You're right.
Can you read out? I can't really see how many yays, nays, and abstains.
Dr. Temple, there are 4 yays, 1 nay, and 4 abstain. Next item, 7B, out of county transfer request. Is there a motion to be made?
Oh, excuse me. Yes, I move that the student be allowed to stay inside of the Oakland Elementary School for the remainder of the school year with waived tuition and be able to reapply next year.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Gabowski. The school year, reapply. And the motion passes. Item 7C, out of county transfer. Is there a motion?
Yes, I move that the student be able to attend Harborview Elementary School for 4th and 5th grade at waived tuition.
I'll second.
And the motion passes. 7D, is there a motion for the student placement appeal?
Yes, I move to overturn the constituent board's decision and return the student to the school on strict board probation.
I'll second.
Ms., would you kindly repeat that for Ms. Bowles? Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I move to overturn the constituent board's decision and place the student back at Daniel Jenkins Academy on strict board probation.
And the motion passes. 7E, is there a motion for the student placement appeal?
I think Mr. Calhoun was going to make it, but he stepped out with Dr. Coakley.
Oh, I mean, I can make the motion.
Thank you.
I move that we allow. Okay, I move that we allow the student to return back to school on strict board probation.
I'll second.
And the motion passes. 7F, is there a motion for the personnel matter? We will go on to 7G then. Is there a motion for the foreign exchange student request?
I move that the student be allowed to if the student can qualify for the 12th grade at the academic magnet. If not, I move to allow the student to enter into one of the other CCSD schools
If space.
that has availability. Yeah.
I second.
Motion made by Ms. Wiley, seconded by Mr. Grabowski. And would you like her to repeat that? Okay. For the 12th grade. At academic, To apply for the,
for the 12th grade at the academic magnet. If they don't qualify, then one of the other CCSD schools that has availability.
so do we, sometimes I know you can't change it and we have to take a voice vote. Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, she just said it's not reflecting on her screen, but she's got it on her.
Okay. Okay, and so that motion passes. Then we are, and that was, we are on H. Is there a motion for,
I'd like to make a motion to allow this student, this foreign exchange student to enter into Wando High School based on the availability.
I'll second.
and Mr. Grabowski seconded. And the motion passes. Item I, is there a motion for the foreign exchange student request?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to move to accept this foreign exchange student into Wando High School based on availability.
I'll second.
And Mr. Grabowski, second. And the motion passes. We are readdressing item 7F with the personnel matter.
I move to overturn the decision of the hearing officer.
I second.
Motion made by Ms. Roberson and Ms. Waters seconds. Five yea, so the motion passes. One moment of personal privilege, please. We were trying to save time, but it's not going to work out. Right. Then we are on, so everything there is consent. The school renewal plan went to consent, and military magnet went to consent, and the EL curriculum went to May 8 Cal. So we are on item 9, Audit and Finance Committee. Everyone received a very extremely and well organized and thorough report from the Head Start, Early Start, COLA and Quality Improvement Fiscal Year 24 Supplemental Application. Do I hear a motion?
I so move.
Second.
And are you moving to approve? You're moving to approve moving the recommended action. Does that help you, Ms. Bowles? There's a motion to approve the Head Start, or, well, we first of all.
We could have any discussion.
We've got to have we've got the first and the second. We need discussion, but you can leave that vote on the screen if you'd like to. Is there discussion or questions from Ms. Foxworth? Hearing none, then we will vote. And the motion passes. On to item 9B. Is there a motion to approve the reallocation of funds as shown on the attached resolution?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the reallocation of funds as shown on the attached resolution.
Second.
Any discussion?
This was a very simple matter. There were some savings on some technology software, and we've decided to reallocate some of the sources, these savings to more pressing needs, as shown on the document.
And we do appreciate getting all these documents ahead of time so we can read them.
And thank you, Mr. Barori, for remembering the frigate, Minnie Hughes.
And the motion passes. 9C is information report on capital projects from Ms. Costello. Are there any questions on the report? Thank you for the information. 9D, the ESSER funding survey summary information. Are there any questions for Ms. Carlin?
I do.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Roberson?
Okay, Ms. Carlin, thank you for sending the information that I requested last month. I asked how much monies have you reclaimed, and I believe you sent a message, and this is just for the public to know that, and I guess I need for you to define, you said that you claimed 122 million. Does it mean that you've sent invoices for 122 million, or that we've actually received 122 million back?
Unfortunately, I do not have that document with me, and Lisa Sizzler, I do not believe is on the Zoom. So unfortunately, I'm unprepared to answer that question. I apologize. I will have to research that and follow up in a board update.
But Jackie, so you might not be able to answer the specific dollar amount, but in terms of the process of the claiming process.
Wait a minute, I just heard from Lisa. She said that we have claimed and received everything that we have claimed.
And
So
what is,
I don't have the dollar amount in front of me. I apologize.
okay, so I'm going to assume that she's saying that you have put in claims for 122 million and you've received that. While you're waiting for her, my next question is, I think, Mr. Kennedy, you referenced that you file for reimbursement quarterly. Is that was coming down from whoever you're filing to, or can you net 10 or net 30? Why do we wait quarterly to file for our reimbursements?
So while she's looking that up, I don't remember I don't recall off the top of my head the specific state deadlines, but there's a specific date each quarter that we have to have the claims into the state in order to get reimbursed for the prior quarter. And so those reimbursements are just that. Those for expenditures that we have expended, that we spent in the prior quarter. And so then I think it's the 5th of the month. Is that right?
Well, no, she's not answered back, and I
Okay.
apologize.
But-
We'll have to get you some more. I'll take your questions and I'll get those answered in the board update this week. I apologize.
Okay, so here's where I'm going. I believe Mr. Kennedy said you file quarterly, but in your response to me in the board brief, you said that we've lost $493,000 in interest. And I would think that if we want to be conservative and with our taxpayers' monies, that we will file either net 10 or net 30 if they're giving us a window of every quarter. We should be filing sooner rather than later, because that's a lot of interest that we have lost out of our GOF.
Well, a couple comments on that.
Okay.
So one, I think we are timely on the claims that we submit. And I'm not sure, we'll check, as Jackie said, we'll see whether we have an opportunity to submit sooner. But on all of our federal grants, including the ESSER grants, the state approves, we calculate, the state approves every year indirect cost reimbursement. And that I think the rate probably is around 4.5%, 4.6% for the current fiscal year. And so that money then gets applied, that percentage rather gets applied to the dollar value of the claim, and then it gets allocated into the general operating fund to capture things like interest expense that we would have lost, to capture things like the fact that we have more payroll people to work on payroll because we have to process more payrolls because more checks because we have more staff because of the ESSER dollars and in the federal grants.
Yeah, we refer to it as overhead costs to manage the grant.
Okay, and just two more. Last month, I also asked if you could add the column in this spreadsheet so that you could capture the claim monies, and that's not been done. I don't know that that's really.
It's on the March report. Yes, ma'am. You'll see that very soon after Audit and Finance Committee.
Oh, so it's coming.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And my final question is regarding the salaries that are being paid from ESSER. In this manual here, you have all the salaries that's coming from the EIA or fund. Can you do the same thing with salaries that you're paying for out of ESSER? My concern is that what's the sustainability process that you have for people that's currently being paid from ESSER when this money goes away? I think it was good for us to see those salaries documented, Mr. Rossi, for your committee.
Yes, we can certainly do that as well.
Thank you.
And to address that, I might have a question. When we were talking about the school renewal plans and I asked about that, it was referenced that those ESSER salaries and positions were, people understood that they might not or would not in some cases continue because they weren't in our budget. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is
Mhm.
correct.
Anything else on that one? Okay. We will go on to item 9. It doesn't like me to touch it. Process update. Are there any questions on the calendar that was submitted to us? D, you skipped D.
We just talking about that.
D was S. Oh,
We're on E.
all right. No questions, then we'll move on to 9F. This is for information. Are there any questions to Ms. Carlin about the monthly financial update? All right, we will move on to item 10A. Is there a motion to create an ad hoc committee to review policy decisions?
Madam Chair, there is no 10A. We moved 10A and B to other business.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that help. I'll take all the help I can get. All right, 7C is on the consent agenda. So we're moving on to 11, other business, and we will insert there 10A, the creation of a policy ad hoc committee. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Calhoun moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Dr. Temple. As a matter of discussion, I will use the definition from our policies, that same definition we used when we created the ad hoc committee to review search firms for our superintendent search, that it is simply a function as a special committee to be fact-finding, deliberative, and advisory, but never legislative or administrative. Any discussion?
Yes, ma'am. Would you mind defining for us what you'd like this ad hoc committee to do, since policy is by definition legislative?
I would like for them to review our policies and present. They will not legislate, but they will present recommended changes or clarifications to the board for our consideration.
And who on that committee would be bringing those to the board?
Well, we have to form the committee before we can decide that.
What position on the committee would be bringing that to the board?
One of the members.
Okay, so that would be in violation of our policy that defines that policy changes are to be brought to the committee of the whole by a policy liaison. So what are you planning to do in regard to that additional violation of policy?
Well, that would be up to Ms. Watley. That's her appointment, not mine.
So the committee would then give advice to the policy liaison?
No, to the board. This was as discussed in on March 27th.
I wholly understand. I'm trying to understand the mechanics of how we're going to do this without violating our policy.
Well, an ad hoc committee, in my opinion, serves a stated purpose. And it was my understanding from the board that the stated purpose would be to recommend policy issues. That is not saying other people cannot.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, we will call for the vote for the creation of the ad hoc policy committee to review. And the motion passes. I will go on to the next item since the motion did pass. That in a sign of collaboration and working together, I have asked Mr. Grabowski and Ms. Waters to serve on this committee, and they both have agreed to do so. So thank you both. 11A, other business, proposed board meeting schedule. We addressed this in Cal and asked that it be moved forward to the May Cal. Dr. Mack, you have been so patient. Thank you. We are ready to hear your help in letting us develop a superintendent profile.
Good evening again. All righty. In order to do this, we reviewed the survey data and got the prominent responses from community engagement and leaders, and the leadership profile is organized into 4 areas: instructional leader, effective communicator, collaborative manager, and personal qualities. And this is a draft for review and for the board's approval, additions, removals, if you so desire. And we'll move on. Next slide, please. All right. You're seeking an innovative, visionary, committed servant leader who will work in partnership with the stakeholders of this community, and that individual will have a proven record of success as a superintendent is preferred. And many folks said that they did not have to be a sitting superintendent, but one who has close enough to the top where they've dealt with day-to-day operations of the school district. Right? We'll move forward. In this area, instructional leader, strong instructional expertise and a deep understanding of the entire PK-12 continuum, is skilled in using data and other relevant information to assess the effectiveness of instructional programs, has had successful direct experience in closing achievement gaps, and has worked in an environment that includes charter, magnet, and traditional neighborhood schools. And the person has significant teaching and other leadership experience. That's the instructional leader. Effective communicator is consensus builder who has the ability to engage multiple stakeholders having differing perspectives. Demonstrate excellence in interpersonal communication and media skills. Is visible and approachable leader who is willing to work with all segments of the community. The individual is an active listener who promotes transparency and active communication and works to build trust and support. A thoughtful decision maker who will listen to divergent points of view before making a final decision. Is a strong advocate for students who will rally the entire community around its public schools. That's the effective communicator. the collaborative manager, has hands-on experience with strategic and long-range planning, has a practical expertise in fiscal planning and accountability, and in support areas such as human resources, facilities management, transportation, and school safety. Understand organizational structure and the importance of the alignment of programs, expectations, and accountability. Shows a record of success in working with diverse student and community populations. Has directed and participated in meaningful systemic change and understands the dynamics of change. And finally, personal qualities.
What about that, this bullet here is politically astute and has the ability and experience to work within complex political environments?
Did I miss one?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Let's back it up. All right, it's on your sheet, but it didn't show up on the screen for some reason. Would you read that for me again, Doctor?
Is politically astute and has the ability and experience to work within complex political environments.
Okay, thank you. Everybody get that? Okay. Personal qualities. Sincerely believes that all children can and will learn. Works with honesty, integrity, and transparency. Consistently acts in the best interest of the children. Builds trusting relationships with stakeholders and will actively be visible in the schools and engage students. Demonstrates adaptability and flexibility. Seeks to be a visible and active part of the greater community. Truly values people and the contribution they can make to the district. Did all of those make the screen? Okay. All right. All right, Dr. Kastner.
At this point, it would be very helpful for the board in the next day or two if they could approve this leadership profile so we can use it to vet the candidates. We certainly would understand if the board would like to make some adjustments, and if there's a way that you can develop a process where maybe some people could weigh in and you could have someone record and then finally use that to reach your final leadership profile. Again, it is a draft, and there's certainly probably some areas that you might clean up or you might want to consider adding some things. Once you complete the leadership profile, then we've completed the specifications, which will give us the guidelines for vetting our candidates. The search closes May 1st. I'm happy to share that we have over 30 applicants from all across the country. Several of them do have superintendent or upper level experience. I'm pleased with that because we have an expedited search. But as we originally said, after we vet the candidates and find out which ones will reach the leadership profile, we will recommend 4 to 6 candidates in alphabetical order for the board to consider to interview. We've said if the board isn't satisfied with the pool that we send to you, then we will continue on and we will open up the search. However, from what I've seen in the preliminary group, I think we do have some very viable people that I think the board will be very interested in talking to before they make that decision. We will, at the point of presenting candidates to board, we will also give you board protocols for interviews and discuss the do's and don'ts of what you can do within legal perspectives and good practices in arriving a decision on who you would go through from a first round of interviews to a second round of interviews, which will lead to the announcement of 3 people as finalists that would be publicly named and would be part of whatever you choose as far as vetting them through your community and having an agreed upon process in which in many cases would be a day in the district for each individual, not having all three on the same day. That's going to involve some technicalities as far as organization with the staff and how these people would come into the community. In many cases, someone would be assigned to them and they would work with them through the entire day. The board would be also doing in closed session another interview session, but they also would have the opportunity to be out in your public, possibly in a general meeting, possibly with the ability of
If I
press
may
to ask
interrupt
questions.
just 1 minute, we thank you so much for the review of the process, but tonight to stay on our agenda, we need to discuss the leadership profile and let the board members give input as to characteristics that they see that have come from our community that needs to be voted on. And we would like for that to be tonight. So I'd like for us to get on to that, and then we could talk more about the process at another time. I think you were wonderful in your very first presentation to us for that marathon meeting. We understand the process and agree with it. And so we'd like to get to discussing the leadership profile.
That's fine.
Is that fine?
Yes.
So we will start. And as we have said before, if things, the most important thing is the right hire. If we need to slow down or need to have special meetings, we will do that to accommodate it. So we'll start going around. Mr. Grabowski, your comments on the leadership profile.
Having attended the community discussions in District 1, I think the reports are pretty on point. There was no question that nearly all the parents and the teachers wanted to see someone that's going to be here for a while. I mean, that was critical to nearly everyone. And they wanted to see someone that had experience with a diverse student population like we have. But more importantly, what they were looking for was the management skills and somebody that had come up from, being a teacher and worked their way up to the principal. We all felt that, the discussion definitely felt that Charleston, due to its size, it would be nice to have somebody that had superintendent experience, but that wasn't a limitation. I didn't hear that much. It was more that that they want somebody that's going to be here for a good period of time. So I think these, and I commend you for putting together all this. I think it's pretty on spot when you look at this report as to what the qualifications should be and what the main interest of the parents and teachers were.
And do you feel like that is accurately depicted in this?
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Kelly?
I second what's already been stated. The only addition I would add is under instructional leader. I'd like to see some more detailed language on bullet number 1. It says possesses strong instructional expertise and deep understanding. I think it would be valuable to have actual experience in that other than just an understanding. And I think that although that's perhaps being nitpicky with phrasing, I think it's important to have someone who spent time in the classroom versus just someone who understands the process of teaching.
I believe
The last bullet, see if that satisfies you there, has significant teaching
I believe earlier when we were going over the breakdown, that was like 98%
Yes.
wanted somebody that actually had classroom experience.
But specific to K,
Emphasize it.
well, specific to K-12 versus teaching at a flight school or teaching at a university, like, I think K-12 experience specific is important.
Okay.
So how would you like to see that first bullet reworded?
Yeah, you could either add it to the last one or rephrase the upper one, the top one. Yeah, you could just add the K-12 clause to the last.
To the
bullet.
bottom?
Yeah.
Okay,
Add K-12 to the last one.
right.
Okay.
Has significant K-12 teaching. And are you okay with it being PK for our pre?
Oh,
Pre-K, yeah.
certainly.
Okay.
No other comments.
Ms. Waters?
Nothing substantial. I think this is pretty well rounded. The only thing I don't see directly, but I think is implicit here is just board engagement, whether someone has had experience dealing with, managing a board or any type of body that could be come with this set of challenges is something I would be looking for. Don't know that it needs to be added because I think the collaborative manager piece and the effective communicator piece and several of these other points would get at that. I also there's not like an explicit call out, but just someone who understands either Charleston or areas like Charleston, although I think Charleston's very unique. But for me, I really think someone who understands the context of Charleston and not just politically, but the historic actions that have happened in Charleston, why there are constituent boards or constituent districts, why students haven't succeeded. I think it's that sort of cultural understanding at the local level is important.
So would you like to add that under personal qualities, cultural understanding of Charleston?
I think so. I mean, I think certainly, yes.
I think,
And could I finish with this first? And then how would you like to address working with the board?
Well, I think that the two and the second and third sections kind of address it.
Okay.
I don't think I'll add it to the profile per se, but it's something I'll be looking for in the interview.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey?
I agree with everyone else and what has already been said, and I don't want to reiterate that. But I do believe that whoever the candidate is, I believe that it should be someone local, someone who knows the Charleston area and all across the district. So I'm looking forward to seeing some applicants that are from Charleston or from the Low Country to submit their applications, especially our well-certified staff here in the Charleston County School District.
Ms. Watley?
right now, I don't have a whole lot to say. I just wanted, per our conversation on the phone, somebody that's innovative and open to taking us into the 21st century.
So how would you like that to be added?
Personal?
And I guess so. You know the context of the conversation and how it would best fit in a profile.
I put it under the personal.
Okay.
Ms. Watley, you're going to notice in the very first section, when we talk about introducing, we're talking about seeking an innovative visionary. I don't know if you want it in another place, but that's where we tried to address that.
I did notice several times as I was glancing through this that visionary was listed in throughout this, so I don't know where it would best fit, but thank you for hearing me.
But we definitely heard that many places.
Are you satisfied with the way it's represented?
I will defer to their expertise.
Okay.
Mhm.
Mr. Calhoun?
Yes, first, I do absolutely positively agree with Keith on Mr. Gabrowski on the longevity piece. Second, this is a very small change and very, very small change under bullet point 4 under instructional leader, we said, has worked in an environment that includes charter, magnet, and traditional neighborhood schools. I understand we put that in alphabetical order as far. However, I would like to see traditional neighborhood schools first because we are public and build our absolute. So I would just change the order: traditional neighborhood schools, magnet, and.
You would like reverse alphabetical order?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
That's just me.
Good.
But and the other thing, because I looked at what y'all have for Rockingham as well. I like one of the bullet points I have for them as well. A leader who can create and implement a plan which includes the necessary fiscal and human resources designed to increase staff diversity at all levels and establish programs and facilities that benefit all students. I like that. I guess I'll use that for Rockingham. As one of theirs, that is a very strong statement that speaks about the intentionality of how we would want a superintendent to come inside of here.
So, Mr. Calhoun and Mr. Grabowski, I'm not sure the longevity is referenced.
No, it's
For your
not.
satisfaction.
It's
So
not
where would you like that under personal qualities
Yeah,
or
I think personal qualities.
longevity commitment? Is that the way you want it worded, gentlemen?
It's more of a concern of using Charleston as a stepping stone. I mean, we are a district, but a large district. But yeah, if somehow you could word it that, you know, that this person's coming in with a vested interest in staying with us and working with us. And we have quite a few challenges as laid out in our goals. So I don't know how you're the expert. How do you word something without saying, you know, are you actually coming here just to put 2 years in and move on?
Well, I think longevity
Yeah,
commitment
I
is
think the
pretty
longevity
explicit.
commitment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Ms. Roberson.
Yes, let me thank you. I've had many conversations with you, Dr. Percy, and I think you captured everything quite well. For me, I don't have anything to add. I just want to bold. My favorite slide is the collaborative manager, and particularly has directed and participated in meaningful systemic change and understand the dynamics of change. Please bold that statement for me.
All right.
Thank you. Dr. Temple?
I'd like to see the instructional leader piece enhanced a little bit more. I want it to be sure that the superintendent really doesn't understand the critical elements of instructional expertise, that they understand that it's curriculum, instruction, professional development, program and student assessment and evaluation, those elements. So I'd like to see that piece a little bit stronger. The second thing that I would like to see is that we mention that we want a superintendent that will be committed to student outcomes and goals. I think that that's very important. I'm so pleased that this district has set goals and guardrails and that we're working towards them, because I've in the past seen us have goals that just kind of flew out the window. So I want to see commitment to that. And then under the collaborative manager, I'd really like to have a superintendent who's open to having an evaluation process with the board, the dialogue, the feedback. I don't like that we hire somebody and just kind of let them go and we don't give them feedback along the way in a formal way. So I want a superintendent who's going to be comfortable with collaborating with the board and having those conversations about collaboration and evaluation. They're comfortable with that.
I agree with Dr. Temple. I was going to also come back and say, I want somebody who's approachable for us, that will work with us and collaborate with us and build rapport and trust and relationship with us.
Okay.
I don't want somebody that's just going to tell us what to do or how it's going to be.
It's two-way communication. Yes.
So do we, I don't know which of you is the scribe. Does Dr. Temple need to review any of her phrases for you for the profile?
I think Kevin is scribing up there.
Oh, okay.
So we will, and we'll take, what you have added. I don't see anything that you talked about that, wouldn't be appropriate.
Is it possible that some of your comments that you have that some way in the audience who's taking notes can give them to us, and we'll be happy to make any adjustments because they're all in the same spirit of what we'd like to do to support you.
Well, what I would like to suggest if this works is for comments like Dr. Temple's, for her to email Dr. Mack
Okay.
and Dr. Kastner so that they are recorded. The rest of the comments, I think we pretty much got down. Is that all right with you, Dr. Temple?
Very
Is
good.
that okay, gentlemen?
Very good.
Well, we're happy, really, now that we've turned it over, that even you as a board can make the type of adjustments. We put this as a draft, knowing that there's some certain things that you might want to add. So we're comfortable with everything that you've said.
Right.
It's
Well,
still
then-
within what we've heard.
Right. Then,
I'm just trying to cut out us as the middleman so you could get a product quicker.
and that's why
among
we need to
yourselves.
take a vote.
All right. Good deal.
Are there any other comments about the leadership profile?
I mean, I think it's really thorough. I just felt that the instructional piece needed to be stronger because I don't think we can get to where we want our students to achieve if we really don't have someone who has a deep understanding
Right.
of how they set up the organizational structure to make that happen.
So thank you. So is there a motion on the floor, or is there a motion? Ms. Waters?
I move to approve the superintendent profile for candidates
Can we add with recommended edits?
with recommended additions.
A second.
Thank you, and the motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Mack, Dr. Kastner, and we will be quick and get back to you.
All right. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. So we are on to item 11D. Is that correct? Is there a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to make a motion to rescind all actions taken by the Board of Trustees on the 4th of April at the special called meeting, except for the approval of the $250,000 contracts.
Is there a second?
I second.
Ms. Bailey seconds. Is there discussion? We'll start at the other end. Dr. Temple?
Well, I feel we had a thorough discussion in executive committee on April 4th.
Ms. Roberson?
No comments.
Mr. Calhoun?
I see no need to make any further comments on this. I'm good.
Ms. Watley?
I said pretty much everything I wanted to say at the Cal meeting.
Ms. Bailey,
No comments.
Ms. Waters,
No additional comments.
Mr. Kelly.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to read from South Carolina Code of Laws. This is the FOIA section 30-4-70, subsection 1. And starting halfway through, it says a person regulated by the body or the appointment of a person to a body. However, if an adversary hearing involving the employee or the client is held, the employee or client has the right to demand the hearing be conducted publicly. There's an obvious implication the person has to be present for that one. Section B states that as used in this subsection, quote, specific purpose, end quote, means a description of the matter to be discussed as identified in items. And that's the description of what can be done in executive session. The agenda item for the special called board meeting that was added after we had spoken says board issue - legal advice. When the issue of the charges that I still have yet to hear exactly what they are was brought up, there was no lawyer present. Therefore, it's very difficult for me to understand how the board received legal advice without a lawyer present. Finally, the minutes, rather, they show that this legal advice turned into punitive action by the board without representation or any due process. And somehow there was also a second motion added for censure as well, which was also not properly noted or on the agenda. I think it's very, very clear that there were multiple FOIA violations in the action taken.
Mr. Grabowski.
Yeah, I don't see the FOIA issues. I do think that there are steps that can be taken that can give the board member affected the right to appeal the decision, so that if there are questions on that member's part as to why actions were taken, I think that member is entitled to hearing those. But other than that, I have no further questions.
To the point.
I have to start back around. Dr. Temple,
No comment.
Ms. Roberson,
No comments.
Mr. Calhoun,
Negative.
Ms. Watley, Ms. Bailey, Ms. Waters, Mr. Kelly.
In America, we have innocent until proven guilty. There's no appeal needed when there's no charges been made. There's certainly been no charges made publicly. So I don't know what to appeal. I was never informed, other than an impromptu phone call, that this action had taken place.
And I found out on Facebook.
Anything else from anyone else? So the motion is to rescind all actions taken by the Board of Trustees on April 4th, 2023 special call meeting, except for the approval of the $250,000 contracts. Is that correct? And Mr. Kelly made it, and who seconded?
I second.
And Ms. Bailey seconded. Is there any other discussion? Okay. And the motion does not pass. Item E, is there a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I make a motion that we send a letter to the Attorney General asking for a legal interpretation of South Carolina Code 30-4-5 40 subsection A as one of the reports that I got from the executive session was that I was accused of a privacy violation, and the email discussed is very clearly a public record. And
Well, now I think, are you getting off on your comment or making your motion?
sorry, that was the end of the motion was after subsection A.
Okay.
The reasoning
Is,
for that.
is there a second? Do you,
Second it?
wait a minute. I think we need to clarify the motion for the record.
Okay. Motion to send a letter to the South Carolina Attorney General asking for a legal interpretation of South Carolina law 30-4-40 subsection A.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you good now? And Ms. Watley, second. Let's see, I started down. So we will start with Mr. Grabowski and come this way.
I have no questions.
Mr. Kelly?
The reason for this motion is because I was told secondhand that I was accused of some kind of privacy violation after discussing an email. However, that email is very clearly public record. And since some of the folks on the, well, let me rephrase that. It would be good for us to get a legal opinion as to what is and isn't public record, because there seems to be some confusion.
Ms. Waters? Ms. Bailey?
No comment.
Ms. Watley?
No comment.
Mr. Calhoun? Ms. Roberson?
No comments.
Dr. Temple?
Well, I just wish that the section had been written properly in the original agenda and motion, because then I would have had a chance to look it up as to what the verbiage is in what you're referencing. And there were a couple other sections that were mentioned, but they relate to the South Carolina retirement system and what goes on there with investments in executive session. So it doesn't seem like this, I don't know how this relates. It's not clear.
Is this? I was able to look it up. I didn't see anything that had to do with correspondence.
34-40 now he's saying it's 34.
I
Do
guess
you
we-
have that
that's
in
when I
writing,
read the whole
Mr.
thing.
Kelly? That's the legal reference to answer Dr. Temple?
What was the, I don't know what she's talking about with the retirement section.
She's
is the-
asking what specifically section 30-4-40A states.
The Freedom of
That's the
Information.
Freedom of Information Act. It defines what isn't public and private.
I even pulled up the state statute
That's what that is.
and read that. Yeah.
State statute.
Well, I don't know where, I mean, somehow I got this language because I wrote this down about these sections 9, 16, 80B. So I mean, I couldn't make it up. I have no idea where that was related to. But I don't see it now.
That was a typo.
It said, well, you are correct. But that obviously didn't apply.
Any other discussion? Then we'll call for the vote.
I would like to add one thing. This doesn't even have to be approved by the board, but we can go ahead and take the vote. He can just request it.
And the motion does not pass. 12, we've handled the consent agenda items. We will go on to item 13, where we convene in executive session. Is there a motion to convene into executive session?
I so move.
Ms. Watley and Ms. Roberson seconded. Were all these consent? Yeah. convene, quickly cap and adjourn.
I move to.
I make a motion.
Second.
Motion is to reconvene.
To reconvene in open, correct.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll take it. We'll take it. There is no action.
Trudy's a team player.
To take. Upcoming meetings are listed. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Yes.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.